Guess who's back? Back again. Chan is back. Celebrate. Guess who's back? 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 Oh, hello there. You must have caught me enjoying a nice cup of Milo. Milo, YOLO, Hourlo, same thing, you know. Why don't you all grab a cup of whatever tickles your fancy and join me for some Project Motor Racing. Apparently, there's been a new update. New update. You know, we love that. We love some new updates in game that needs a lot of updates. Ooh, boy. Hello, Narop. Welcome in. Got my nice. Creamy, milky. Just the way I like it. Sit rep. Your boy's got a broken foot still, although it's less broken than yesterday. I put some meds on it, swallowed some meds, and now it's feeling a lot better. My foot can do this, which means that's good enough for me. It means I can drive. That's all I need. I can't walk, but I can drive. That's all. That's all we need, right? Your boy did like 4 hours of the 24 hours of Le Mans yesterday. We took P2. I'm pretty happy with it. We got P2. The boys, this time I didn't carry anyone. The boys carried me. Shout out to the Rev Limit Racing team. Kyle, Will, and Ryan, the three of them. They really carried the rest of the race. I just did what I could. I slipped up. I feel like my mistakes kind of offset the pace that I had in the end. So it was kind of pointless what I did. But I'm just happy to have contributed and actually joined a race in LMU. I feel like coming from Qatar, one problems into another. Problem in Qatar, we had the desync problem where the car couldn't see us and just kept taking us out. Now we had the no FFB problem. Speaking of no FFB, Mr. No FFB himself, Yongjin, is in the chat. Yeah, Mr. PXN V9 no FFB GOAT. The GOAT. So yeah, we his spirit blessed us yesterday, and I drove for 4 hours straight with no FFB, and I was almost pulling fastest laps again and again and again. That was fantastic, man. That was something else. How are you doing, Longjin? Oh boy. That is fantastic. I'm gonna put that aside. Also, I'm expecting a lot of crowd in here. So what we're gonna do, I'm going to put a pinned message so that everyone's aware of what we're going to do today, right? So let's make a checklist. Let's make a checklist of what we want to see. Let's see how PMR is now. Exactly. So from the last time we played this, there's a lot of work to do in this game. This game's got a lot of work to do. Most notably, the force feedback side of things, right? So number one, let us adjust FFB for cars. Oh, really? What's the matter, dude? Why'd you do that? You upgraded to a Moza R3, but you're gonna go back to the PXN. Why? Why would you go back from force feedback to no force feedback? Or are you just a little bit masochistic, sadistic, slightly prehistoric, a little bit? Man, I was trying to find words that rhyme, but I failed. Anyway, why'd you do that? Just for fun. Yeah, okay, so all of the above then, everything I just said. All right. He's a wild man. We have a wild man here. We have a wild man on the loose. Yeah, Narop here as well. He also started using the Moza R3 a couple of months ago. Moza basically sim magic, magic in my hands, magic in the air. There's magic in the air, baby. Can't catch me with anything else right now. I'm spoiled. Honestly, I can't believe just how high quality this thing is. Now that I've actually like touched like Thrustmaster, Moza, Fanatec, there's a new thermal take wheel. I tried that. This felt really, really janky. janky glanky, pretty clanky, pretty glonky. You know what I mean? Pretty bad. I'm just happy I have this. The quality is just insane. I would say this Simagic is on par with Fanatec in terms of quality. They're that good. They're well made. They're made to be robust. Right. I'm making a pinned comment here so everyone knows what our objective is today, so I don't have to keep repeating myself. Number one, we're gonna adjust the FFB for the cars. Okay, I hit enter. My bad. Oops. Whoops. Whoops. Oops. Let me try that again. Let me try that again. How do I make a list? How do I make a list in the pinned comments? Okay, number one. Adjust. Damn it. We're gonna adjust FFB. Number two, we're going to try rain physics. Number three, we're going to try some more track physics. Number four, we're going to do some more AI testing. I mean, we did kind of do some AI testing the other day, but we didn't test it enough. All the testing proved was it kind of just reinforced our bias that the AI was bad, and we just came out thinking, yeah, it's bad. So we kind of need to dig deep, drill down, find what about the AI that needs work on, and kind of point it out. So maybe the devs, give them the benefit of the doubt. They may be smart enough to create this whole system, but they may not be smart enough to figure out how to make it right. So we're gonna give them that help, right? We're gonna give them that help. We're gonna find out. We're gonna beta test it for them because I'm paid to do this, right? So we're just gonna do our jobs here as unpaid sweatshop workers on the sim racing side of things. I'm just spitting words here, yeah, hot garbage coming out of my mouth. All right, we got adjust FFB, rain physics, track physics. By track physics, I mean the dynamic track physics. I mean at that dynamic, the changing weather, the changing track state, the true to track nonsense that they so-called marketed, right? Dynamic track physics, AI testing, and also at the bottom of it, I'm gonna also include another. There we go. Okay, never mind. Leave that be. Okay, there we go. PMR, just F125 in a nutshell with other cars. Far from it. Far from it. F125, at least it works. At least it works. It works and it somewhat works fine. Yeah, there are some jankiness to the physics, but only if you abuse it. Out of the box, it kind of works. Multiplayer sucks. Again, like I'm talking the driving. You can jump in the car, you can drive in, you can get. If I were to close my eyes, if I didn't know what F1 is all about, I could be fooled into thinking it was somewhat. Oh, this is what F1 is like. It's got the experience down. This has just not. No, just not. It does not have the thing. It does not have the thing. The things that make it do the thing. Same physics, they say. As 2024, yeah. I'm a little worried that y'all heard the news. They're turning in F1 2026 into F1 25. They're making it. They're mushing the games together like WRC style. But the worry is F1 25's physics weren't that great to begin with. So we're gonna have another year of the game with the old bad physics, the wrong physics. I don't know. I don't know what EA is doing. I don't know. They can continue to EA eat my ass. I'm not gonna pay them a dime. I hope F127 will be a good revamp. They better, dude. They've been using the same graphics engine, the same physics model. They need to turn things up. Also, does anyone know how I can pin a separate comment so that I can encourage people to ask any questions that they have about the game? I should probably have a command or like a timed command, shouldn't I? Oh no, you didn't. What's the matter, Sean? What did I do? What did I not do? I broke my foot today. That's what I did do. what I didn't do? I did not take a dump today. That's what I didn't do. I didn't work out. I didn't go to work today. Have you not seen the reviews for the Project Racing Moto game? I have. I have. It was a hard decision. It was a tough, hard decision, but I figured, yeah, let's jump in because why the heck not? I like a bit of drama. My middle name is drama. I thrive on the drama. Allow me to participate in the drama. But I don't know. Something about this game, man. It's my instinct. My instinct just tells me, my heart's telling me no, but my body telling me yes. I just had to dive in and see what the dumpster fire is for myself. So right now we're just kind of chilling outside the dumpster fire, roasting marshmallows over it, having a good time, trying to see the positive in the fire. I give 20 minutes to hate it. Don't worry, I already had my 20 minutes. This is not our first stream, by the way, Sean. I already streamed 7 hours of this before. Don't worry about it. You're late to the party, in fact. This ain't our first stream. Now, I already had my 2 hours. And I was contemplating should I refund it or not. And then I figured, okay, you know what? I'll give this game a go. I'll give this game a chance. Let me keep it. Give it a few months, years. I don't know how long it takes, but maybe, just maybe, they might make something out of this. By the time LMU is near the end of its lifeline, and by the time AC Evo is fully cooked, I think that's when this game will fully hatch out of the egg. So I'm hoping to see what happens to this. Also, yeah, Nara, can I give you a good responsibility for today, if you don't mind? Because I'm not sure how to set the auto command. If anyone comes in, I just want like an automated message or like just someone encouraging people to ask anything that they want to ask about the game. Like if anyone has a question, like even if I'm not aware of something, if they are curious about something in the game, a particular thing about the physics, something about the UI, anything, just let us know and we will try to answer the questions, right? So I want to be as open and open and as transparent with the experience as possible. I want to give a fully comprehensive, like the title says, not clickbait. I want to be very, very open with the whole experience. I want to just be blunt about things, right? Did I ever play Project Cars? No. Well, yes, but actually, no. I only played Project Cars 2 demo on the PS4 back in the day, and it wasn't really that much of an experience. I only played it on a controller, and the game's delisted, so I can't even get it anymore. At the moment, play Clash Royale. Nah, Clash Royale. I look down upon the mobile gamers. Nah. This may be a waste of time, but God forbid I play a game on my mobile phone. That's a bigger waste of time. Every people that will come, I'll ask them what they want to know about the game. Yes, that'll be awesome. Thank you. I think for the next PMR streams, I'll just have I'll set up a Streamlabs automated message, something like that. Yeah, like Stream Elements is there. I'll just have an automated message kind of say something so people know that they shouldn't be afraid to ask anything, all right? Anywho, let's jump in. The one big positive I'll say about the game, right? The one big positive I will say about this game, the music slaps. The music slaps. It really slaps. It's really good. It is, I would say, number 2 in terms of music. It's good. Number 1 is Gran Turismo, of course. Can't beat Gran Turismo. I lied. This is number 3. I forgot about Forza. Forza Horizon, Forza. They have pretty good music as well. Gran Turismo, Forza, this. Pretty damn good. Same dev as Project Cars. Full of promises, full of lies and disappointments. Yeah, I'm aware. I've been seeing that dumpster catch fire on the internet for the past couple of weeks now. I've been seeing what's going on. So, we have heard lots of things. There apparently has been an update. As you can see, the top left here, 1.5.01. Let's see what that 01 is all about. Also, what's this number here? 9566274. I have no idea. Numbers, random numbers. We are omitting multiplayer. We are omitting career mode because they are the two biggest. They are not dumpster fires. They are full-on forest fires, right? We're gonna let the fire department. We're gonna let whoever's responsible for that fire put it out, and then we're gonna check out, right? Because there's really no use jumping in and getting burnt when we know it's a dumpster fire, it's a forest fire, and we're not supposed to jump in the fire and get burnt. We're gonna let that fire fade out a little bit. All right. I hope they have insurance for that fire because it's a mess. Hope they don't do an insurance company back in the LA fire thing and pull out because oh boy, they got a lot to reimburse. They put themselves up in a mess. They set themselves ablaze, I can tell you. So we are deliberately omitting the career mode and the multiplayer because yeah, just Danny, welcome in. Hello. Hello. Also, oh, did you guys notice something in the back there? Might have noticed a little thing here. Woo! Your boy did a thing. Your boy did a thing. That's my new background prop now. I've replaced the Toyota one. Virtual Sepang 1000 champion, baby. Yeah. It's a heckin' nice one, too. Did a thing. Now this, I'm proud of. Disregard all of my medals over there, but this one I'm actually proud of, man. Heckin' good. I'm making it my new mantra, right? We got the fake one this year. We'll get the real one next year. The real Sepang 1000 next year. I'm gonna start saving my money, get some budget going in, so I can actually afford it when I get the opportunity next year. Keep that going. Practice as much as I can on the sim. Get as much experience as I can. Maybe join a couple track days as well. I am preparing my car for a track day eventually as well, so I just want to get that going, man. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Narop. We did a thing. Also, you might have noticed something else in the background, but I'll get to that later. But according to Mr. Bell, the maker of PMR, the AI is the best we've ever made. It's the most authentic experience you'll ever. Yeah, bucket of lies. That I don't know. Again, let's not just fall down the slippery slide of the hate slide. Now, because I'm a Totoya boy, I am slightly biased. I am keen to try the Toyotas in particular. What car shall we take this for a spin at? Imola? Imola looks good. Let's give Imola a go. I think he never played any racing sims. Exactly. The way he talks about it feels like it. Like, I think he got confused. I think he's comparing this to like Need for Speed or something. I think he's confused. He got the spirit. He's confused, but he got the spirit. Anyway, graphics settings. We are running it on medium high-ish, and it's running pretty well. Are we running FSR? At the moment, no, we're not. At the moment, we are not. I'm going to run FSR 3 because I can. There we go. FSR 3. FSR 3 and frame gen on. Is it just me, but when I turn frame gen on and off, it kind of makes the UI more opaque, doesn't it? Yeah, I thought it was a lighting change in the background, but no, it just makes the UI more opaque. Okay, I get it. So there are some things that I've set it to on and high just to kind of keep it, to give it a better, yeah, screen space, ambient occlusion. Ambient occlusion gives it a nice feel. Turn it on high. Screen space reflections. Because we got FSR, might as well crank it up, you know what I mean? Crank it up. Crank it. Jonk it. There we go. We are running 1440p, Windows borderless. Windowed borderless. All that is good. Yada yada. Turn that off. Assists as well. Everything is set to auto blip authentic, auto cut authentic. Trailing throttle. Right, I've set it to authentic, right? Just authentic, doesn't matter. Doesn't have anything there. Okay. We'll have it authentic. Okay, just checking that. So I'm going to try 3 things to start us off. I'm going to try the GT1. We couldn't try it last time. Also, apparently there has been an update to the hypercars. So let's see if the hypercars are less terrible than they are now. I've seen some improvements. Let's see. Let's just jump right in. And if you all are wondering, I'm still using the same Simagic preset as before. We are still DIYing this preset as we go, right? For feedback detail, I want to keep it as low as I can. 900 degrees of rotation. This is all kind of by default. I can probably reduce the inertia a little bit. This is all default by the game. I don't want to touch this just yet. Not just yet. Slew rate, give it quite a bit of slew rate to reduce the feel of it. Alright. Aiden, welcome in. I think he got born yesterday. Yeah. So as with all things, I think before we jump into the setup, I think it's worth giving it a drive, giving it a try first, and then we adjust everything. First things first. Okay, so this one I saw a couple of YouTube videos. Turns out the best way to do this is if you turn off vehicle motion, or maybe have a little bit of it, like 5. G4 sensitive movement, also bring that down to 10. Steer look at 10 is fine. Free look, everything else, yeah, everything else just keep it low. Seat position, I'm just gonna wing it. 47. Turn down the tilt. Bring it down a little bit. Bring it to the front a little bit. Actually, no, this is fine. This is fine. So Simagic also hasn't released their official preset for this game, so it is a bit annoying. We still don't know how this game's gonna work yet, or how this game's supposed to feel. Is that about right? It is a bit narrow, but yep, okay, yeah. The wheel matches the wheel. We're getting some decent force feedback on this already, to be honest. There is stationary friction now. Have they been doing something here? Have they been doing their homework? Not my first time playing. Yes, this is not our first time playing. This is our second time playing. We have done our first stream. The VOD is up on Twitch still and is also on YouTube. I haven't condensed the stream yet into like a digestible video. I apologize. I'll get to that when I have a bit more time. But I will try to make that a priority moving forward. So as with all things, before we start off, quick sound test. Yeah, car looks good. Honestly, I'm not a fan of FSR3. I'm just not a fan of frame gen FSR and sim racing game because there's a lot of input lag, right? But in this case, it's barely noticeable that I don't mind it. It's like in GT7, it's like a 0.2, 0.1 millisecond delay. It's not perfectly 1-to-1, but it's fine. It's acceptable, I think. Graphics look fine. Most of the jagged edges look clean. They look sharp. Yeah, if you can look here. The railing here. The flags in the distance. It's all fine. The shadows, no jagged edges on the HUD here. But if you look on the external cam, when I turn around the camera, you can see there's a bit of jaggies where the sun is hitting, where there's a bit of shine. So that looks a bit off. Wiper check. Wipers work. Okay. That is actually pretty good. Okay, that sounds convincing, I'll say. Ooh, okay. Oh, I like that. The only other game I've driven this in is Assetto Corsa and Gran Turismo, and arguably Gran Turismo has the better version of this car. So that's where my standard is at. Few YouTubers stop playing because they need some work. Yeah, definitely, I understand. I understand that sentiment completely. But I'm willing to dive deep. This is my chance. This is my chance. While everyone's slacking off, while everyone's giving up on the game, I'm gonna make content on it. That's right. Give up on the game. Go back to your iRacing. Go back to your LMUs. Let me make the good content that people are looking for. But anyway, yeah, I've committed, man. I've committed. I'm gambling. I'm gambling. I've gone all in. I've decided that this will be one of my core focuses. One of my big core focus areas on sim racing in 2026. So you're gonna see more of this, right? Good, bad, the ugly. I'm doing it for the science. I'm doing it for the science. Exactly. Thank you for pointing it out. I am a man of science. I'm a scientific man. I'm a man of curiosity. Me too. There is a potential. There is definitely potential, right? So let's roll out. Do I gotta turn on the pit? Okay, pit is enabled by default. Also, I remember for sure I moved the damn thing. Okay, hang on. Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. Look here. The mirror is in the middle. The mirror is in the middle. But the mirror is also not in the middle. Why is that, game? Why? Why is the mirror not in the middle? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Is the game just screwing with me? I don't know. Also, the ability to adjust the HUD elements is great, but the ability to not adjust the size of the HUD elements is kind of stupid at the same time. So, win-win, lose-lose, I guess. You can't have it all. It is how it is. So, you all see that there. Mirror, I've moved it to the middle because I hate it on the offset position there. It's kind of just jank and weird and not what I'm used to. I'm used to looking up to see who's behind me, right? Like you would. Resume. It's over there. It's back up to the right. All right, I guess you can't fix everything. Guess you can't fix everything, can you? So we're taking it for a spin without any modifications to the force feedback. So one of my biggest complaints when I first gave this game a try was that the force feedback, forwards, got force, no feedback. Sorry, got feedback, no force. As in, there was a lot of feedback. You could feel the curb. The curbs feel good. The track detail feels good. When you go off track, when you put your tires off onto the grass, yeah, you feel that rumble. You feel that loss. It does feel like you're dragging your tires on a loose surface there. You feel the bumps and the elevations and the load transfer. Feel all that, but no force. So it felt too light. I could drive it with like 2 fingers. I could drive it with 1 hand. It felt too light, too neutered in some ways. Another complaint I had that the assists are severely holding the cars back in this game. The assist systems are severely holding this game back. The traction control, the ABS. As of now, so far that I've discovered, the ABS does seem to have a properly implemented system, similar to in iRacing, where you have to find the threshold for the brake and not just smash the brake all the way down. You can't just smash the brake all the way down and hope to abuse the ABS. You do have to find that peak threshold at the upper end of the braking and then keep it there and then gradually trail brake. If you abuse the ABS, from what little testing I've done, it does seem to be less effective. So again, a bit of a double-edged sword. If you want to have an ABS-centric braking, where you need to be very mindful of hitting that ABS threshold, you also need to have some kind of feedback as to when you are activating that ABS. which in this game doesn't have it yet. But we may be able to change that in the force feedback settings, in the setup menu. We may be able to artificially get a feel for it. Also, pause. Minor gripe, minor gripe. You all see my cursor moving around? You all see my cursor moving around? The first time we played this, I was making some clips of the game, right? And most of the clips, who am I kidding? Nearly all the clips that I made had the cursor sitting in the middle of the screen. That was very annoying. Very annoying. I'm no programmer, but it's not hard to make the cursor go away when you're driving, right? It's like, oh, so nice, so immersive. Cursor in the middle of the screen. Like, come on. Come on, guys. Do better, please. It's a small thing. Minor irk. Just make the cursor go away. Even Assetto Corsa does this better. You can just shove it. Don't make me shove the cursor on the side of the screen. Just make it disappear. So now it's just there. It's just there where I last left it, you know? It's a bit annoying. So now if I click resume, it's just going to be there on the left over there. You see that? Minor complaint. Minor irk. It's a ick. It's a minor ick. But it's just there. It's omnipresent. Just staring at me. A little ugly. Default Windows cursor. At least they're on point. Yeah, the cursor is on point, of course. It is pointing at nothing. Because it should be not pointing at anything anyway. A couple of other physics observations we got from the last time around were that the engine braking was way too violent. And upon watching a few more videos of people having the same issue, I think James Baldwin also experienced the same issue. Jimmy Broadbent experienced the same issue. I think I worded it wrong. It might not have been the engine braking, but I think it's the auto blip feature. So the auto blip feature is what gives you a blip of throttle to match the revs of the car when you are downshifting. It's something that helps to match the revs of the car when you are downshifting, especially in a manual car. Oh boy. But then it happens in every game, actually. It happens in every car. That feature doesn't really work that well. That feature doesn't work well. It works fine when you're going from a higher gear, but most of the time, when you're rotating and you want to go one gear lower, like from fourth into third, third to second, second to first, that throttle blip doesn't really match the revs ideally, and what you end up getting is a suboptimal downshift and a snap of oversteer, which almost always kills your momentum and your stability, which is awful. It's awful for just driving in general. At this rate, it's better to kind of disable the auto blip entirely and just do it yourself. But of course, there is a learning curve for doing that as well. Some people are able to do that automatically on their own. Some people aren't. Also, we had a bit of an off-track moment there, and yeah, my steering alignment is slightly off. We're turning left perpetually now. In fact, you can hear it. Listen to the engine sound very, very carefully as we approach the braking zone of turn 1. Listen to the throttle blip and how high it blips to. Right? Listen to the sound at which it blips. Listen. Okay. It was a bad example, but if you paid attention really closely, you could tell that every single blip wasn't rev matching to the same rev. As the gears go down, it sounded like the rev matching was actually getting lower and lower and lower. I would think to compensate for the lower speed that you're trying to reach, but in the end, because you're coming in so fast, the engine is still spooling up from a very high speed. You still need to match it to the highest possible RPM, right? So it's not doing that. It's kind of artificially bogging it down. I feel like it's bottlenecking the throttle blade. So at the very lowest gear, it's too much of a bottleneck, and then boom, you're stuck. Does that make sense? Also, so far, first impressions in this car actually feels pretty great. This car kind of feels nice. So by default, this car already feels pretty good. My minor complaints are, yeah, you can't feel the tires locking up. This is a car with no ABS. Does it have traction control? No, it does not have traction control. It does have a bit of brake bias though. The car's balance feels good. So do keep in mind, this game does seem to have a bit of a bias towards these old classic cars. The classic cars do feel good from what I've tried. And I think most of the people who've tried it would also agree. The classic cars feel really, really good. There we go, right there. That was a good example. If you heard the downshift, you can tell one downshift was a bit shorter than the other. So it clearly wasn't matched. It clearly wasn't aligned to the optimal rev range of the car's actual engine. But yeah, one big improvement I will say now, there is feedback, there is force, which is pretty good. From the looks of it, feels like AMS2 with a slippery feel. I don't want to compare. AMS2 is a damn good game. It does have its issues. But right now, with the so-called update, I would say it does feel a lot more like AMS2. It's a lot more believable, a lot more convincing, and a lot less janky. I think that is a very good point. So far, pretty positive with this car. Let's see if we can perhaps make it a little bit better with the setup stuff. So I believe alignment boost is what allows us to feel the brake. I forget. Strength, we want to bring this down to 0.68. Stiffness at 3. Anything more than 3 is just weird, right? We don't want that. We don't want it to be more than 3. Lower is fine, but I think this is just fine as well. So why 0.68? Because we turn down the mid, turn up the high, and keep the low where it is. No friction, no load boost. Rack feel at 1. Yeah, rack feel at 1 is optimal. I want the full force coming through. How do I save it? Save setup. Okay. Go back. I go to the main, the big one. There we go. Global gain is set to 100 here. The low force boost at 0. Brake feel boost at 35. Headroom at 150. The smoothing is at 10. Haptic strength. I'm going to turn the haptic strength down because I feel like this doesn't do anything. A lot of YouTubers I've seen, they just turn this off completely. But according to the manual, this actually does do something. But I'm not convinced yet. I do want brake feel boost, like I said. Doesn't matter if it's artificial, doesn't matter if it's realistic. But in a sim, you want some feedback when you're locking up, when you're triggering the ABS. So this is a nice bit of headroom. This headroom, because it's just a number. Right now, this headroom number is just a number. It's just a value, right? This one, you can kind of make sense of it. 100 is 100%, 0 is 0%, and this is relative to how much force feedback that you want being outputted from your wheel. So right now, I've set it up to 100% in the SimMagic software, which is all 12 newtons right here. So when I set this to 100, which means the game also has set its cap to 100 as well. But in the car setup menu, when I set it up to 0.68, which means for that car, I only wish to use 68% of the force feedback, so I don't want to break my hands. So if I were to set 68% for that car, there is a 32% headroom. So how do I judge 32% headroom with this slider. It's an arbitrary slider. It starts from 50, not 0. It starts from 50, not 0, and goes all the way to 300. So there is no, what is the relation between this slider and this slider? We don't know. We don't know how these two go hand in hand, right? So it's completely arbitrary. I don't understand it. I don't think anyone understands it, if I'm being honest. Yeah, there's no percentage. There's no in terms of what. There's nothing. Why not? I'm one step ahead of you. Because I can't set it up that way. It only goes down in 2%, in increments of 2%. There we go. We made a minor tweak to the FFB, right? I've reduced the overall strength, which feels okay, right? I think FSR3, I don't like it. I really don't. Let me turn it off. Let me turn it off. Let me turn it off. Let's see what it's like if I turn it off. Off. There we go. Let's just go with temporal. This DLAA, look at that. Look at the background. Look at this here. Do you see that just flickering all over? Yeah, DLAA. Nope. FSR3 is kind of okay. But temporal seems the best. Temporal does have a bit of shimmering as well. Can't believe I'm saying this. FSR3 is actually what looks like the best. Yeah, oh my god, FSR3, it looks so much cleaner. Like, I can read this text on the tire. I can read this board all the way here. That board looks a lot cleaner in the distance there. The edges on that building. Okay. Okay. Oh, this is so much. Look at that. You can look at every single one of this grill. No jaggies. That is very good. But if you look at the top left, you can see the problem. We're only getting 70 FPS, which is not good. No bueno. No bueno. But yeah, oh boy, yep. When I rotate the car now, no more jaggies in the sunlight where the sun hitting me. It's super sharp, super clean, very crisp. It looks very nice overall. This looks a lot like AMS2. It looks very clean, very sharp. But yeah, just 70 FPS, unfortunately. Without the frame gen, you're just suffering in performance. And yeah, the input lag is also minimized. It's still there. You have to disable it completely for it to really work. According to the experts, this game is supposed to be all about the classics. It's why they have the most feel, but decided to add the modern cars at the last minute and seemingly never tested. That's exactly the feeling I get too. The modern cars feel like an afterthought to kind of appeal to the greater audience because, you know, then you could say, if you want to drive hypercars on PS5, get this game. You know, now you have a reason to. It does feel like an afterthought, which I do believe why the classic cars do feel a lot better. There we go. It still has that signature AMS2 floatiness in the middle, where the force feedback doesn't quite hold itself together when you're in the peak force feedback range. Also, mind you, I am driving with a broken foot. I'm trying my best here. It does hurt when I drive a little bit. Okay, this feels pretty good, I'd say. So now this feels very much like AMS2. There's that bounciness. It's not kind of staying it firm when you're at the maximum rotation point or when you're loading up the tires in the middle of the corner. So for a basic corner, right, out, in, out, When you're out, there's no force feedback. When you're turning into the apex, the force feedback should ramp up, increasing toward the limit. And then when you exit the corner, the force feedback should decrease when you're unwinding the wheel, right? So in this, you don't feel that that peaking and then reducing sensation. It kind of fades away in the middle. In the middle of the corner where you're supposed to be feeling all the force, the grunt of the force feedback, you kind of feel nothing, or you feel little. You feel little, less than when you did when you initially turn in. When you turn in at high speed, you feel it gripping, you feel that force building up. But then when you peak, when you reach that threshold in the middle of the corner, it kind of fades away, and like, so you're kind of left wondering, am I on the limit? You turn more, turns out you're on the limit, you're over the limit, boom, and you die. So it's still a bit wobbly in the center, very, very wobbly in the center. One thing I will commend though, I will definitely commend, and I even commended this in the first time as well, they got the suspension model down pretty good. I wouldn't say it's completely perfect or realistic, but I'd say they've done a decent enough job that it's believable, and it feels good riding over curbs, going over bumps. It feels believable. On terms of buttery smoothness of suspension, on the top end, I would say Race Room and Gran Turismo have the best suspension models in any sim. And on the low end, I've got ACC and the old Assetto Corsa, the absolute worst suspension models of any game. I would say this is in the middle, right around the middle, but more towards the Gran Turismo and Race Room side. It's more believable, it's more realistic, I would say. The bounces feel controllable. The weight transfer through the suspension changes feel believable. The sensation as you go over crests and dips, the load transfer, the weight transfer, it feels believable. It's convincing. It's convincing enough that you can make sense of it and drive the car accordingly. Pretty decent. Suspension better than ACC. Honestly, miles better. Miles better. In fact, to demonstrate my point, let me just get to the chicane at the back of the track. If you've played ACC and you've driven at Imola, and you probably know what happens if you try to curb the chicane in ACC. Let's see what happens if I do the same thing here. I'm coming in pretty hot. Curb that. Curb that. Pretty good. And this is a Le Mans prototype car, right? This is a Group C car. Well, not a Group C, but you get it. It's a low-down car. The body is very, very close to the tarmac. But the car just kind of nicely glided over it. It felt good. In ACC, exactly. In ACC, it would have sent you to space. In ACC or in AC, you would have gotten sent to space. You would have been to the moon right now. So this game at least gives you a lot of confidence to attack the curbs in a somewhat believable manner. Oh. There we go. Hang on, I'm just trying to do this on purpose here. There we go. The self-centering is believable. Would you look at that? So, yeah. Previously I said there was feedback but no force, but now there is feedback and there is force, which is good. Which means you can actually drive the car. You can actually drive it to the limit. When you're at the limit, it's kind of like, oh, well, I'm not going to tell you. Maybe I will, maybe I won't, but at least while you're on the way there, you kind of have some semblance of what the car's trying to do. So you can still keep it in check. I believe there still aren't enough proper cues. I think they really need to work on the tire sound as well. The tire sounds are good. I think the tire sounds do give you enough information, but also just allow us to adjust the tire volume in the settings. Allow us to do that. Some people would love to focus on that. I think everyone who's serious about driving would always increase the tire volume. That is like the first thing we do in any sim. Crank up the tire audio, turn down everything else so we actually can hear what the tires are doing. One thing I mentioned in my previous review was that the tires need to have that two-stage sound, right? One is when they're on the limit, the scrub. Tire scrub to indicate you're on the limit, and then the tire screech. The screech is that high-pitched sound which tells you you've gone over the limit. These older cars in particular, let's see if they have that. They have a distinct sound when you corner and reach the limit, and a different sound when you're traveling in a straight line, accelerating and decelerating. Let me try to go over the limit on purpose here, see what happens. Listen to the tire, listen to the tires. Okay. And you know what? I mean, sure, the grass feels good, but okay, that looks bad, by the way, this right here. I get they're trying to make it dynamic, but as long as you don't drive over it, don't look there. Don't look at the patch where my tires have just gone through, but like if you look everywhere else, the grass looks nice. That's not very realistic, is it? The grass feels like grass. It truly does. Now, I don't know if y'all know what grass is supposed to feel like, but if you're on slick tires, which we are on right now, tires are warm too. Okay, very grippy here. Very grippy, okay. There's grip, you can feel it. Okay, listen to the tires, right? Then I hit the grass, and then I slide. There we go. That makes sense. That makes sense how the grass reacts. Grass is supposed to have no grip. In fact, it should have none whatsoever, right? Grass is moist. Even when it's dry, it's moist because it's grass, right? There's a bit of moisture in there. When you go over grass, you release some of that moisture, some of the moisture from the earth, from the ground, unless it's very, very dry, condensed grass, which it doesn't seem like here. There's different types of grass too, but we're not going to get into that. I don't think no sim will ever get that types of grass right. Let's not go that far. But the rule of thumb being you have lots of grip on the tarmac because rubber and hot asphalt, very grippy. Rubber and grass, however, no. They do not grip at all. So if you do try to drive on the tarmac and then on the grass, it feels very convincing. I feel that little vibration under the left side here, and it feels very slippy. And you have to be going very, very slowly to move anywhere at all. If you kind of give it even a little bit too much throttle, yeah, you're supposed to lose control like that, which I think is not perfect, the off-track physics, but it's there. It's believable, at least. Yeah, it's supposed to be hard to save the car when you're on the grass. A little bit, you know, if a little bit is fine. Even in real lives, you've seen people doing overtakes with two wheels on the grass. It's okay. But if you've completely lost control, let's say you've missed your braking marker and you're just going off the track, you're barreling down, you're braking hard, You're trying to save it, try not to bin it, right? It is easy to lose control in here, just like it would be in real life. So that's one thing they've done somewhat well. As long as you keep it in a low enough speed and not too fast, it's okay. But even going slow here, I'm just going to load the tires, right? There we go. If you listen very carefully, you can also hear the tires. You can hear the scrub. You can hear the scrub. Yeah. In fact, you know what? You know what? That's actually a big positive, I would say, because I would argue this is perhaps slightly better than LMU in terms of how much it makes sense. I'm choosing my words carefully here. I'm not saying realistic because I don't know what a real car driving mechanics is supposed to feel like. The only real car tire physics that I know is go-karts, and go-karts are very different. But from my go-kart experience, the tire noises in here are progressive. It's not one or the other. In LMU, you have scrub and then you have screech. So you got that scrub when you're on the limit, and then if you go over the limit, it just goes to which means you know you effed up and you're spinning and you're off into the wall. In this one, you've got that scrub. You've got that scrub when you're turning into the limit. You got that feeling. But that scrub turns into a screech. So it transitions into the screech, and I like that. So it doesn't just go from it goes from so the sound of the volume of the screech, it kind of progressively transitions from the peak of the scrub into a very loud screech depending on how much slip you're getting. I like that. I like that a lot. That's what I'm getting from this so far. I think that's a positive. Let me try to see if I can demonstrate that again. I think that's a very, very good positive for this. You've got a good screech. Yeah, you've got that scrub here. You hear that scrub? Yeah? There was a little bit of it there as well. It went a little bit from the scrub into the screech. There was a transition. It wasn't an on and off, which makes sense. So I would say if you're driving this, you would have to keep it on the scrub. If you start hearing that screech noises, you have to kind of reel it back in. Either carry a bit less speed into the corner, a bit less steering angle, a bit less of being on the limit. That's how we kind of keep it in check. So I think it's a bit more naturalistic. It makes more sense in the way that you're going off the loudness of the scrub noise on the tire. Too much scrub means you're on the limit. You can afford to hear a bit of a screech, but too much screech, it means you've gone. You're over the limit. You're dead. So tone it down, bring it down a bit. It's drivable. All things considered, this car feels very good. This car feels very, very nice. I like it a lot. It's convincing. I don't know this is how the car feels in real life. I don't know, but it's convincing. Right? It's convincing. So I enjoy that. I enjoy driving that at least. Next up, the big bad boy, Totoya. Oh boy. We had a bit of a nightmare driving this the last time. We had a pretty abysmal experience. Let's see if anything's changed. Let's also try Imola so we can have a decent benchmark. What have I missed? One thing I've noticed, the camera car is so static. I don't see the car pitch when you brake, nor do I see any body roll lean into the corner. Oh, that's deliberate. That's deliberate. That was on purpose because I turned it off. Because I don't like none of that. I don't like none of that. Sure, I can turn it on. You want to see what it's like if I turn it on? Let's for science, let's just crank it all up. Crank it up. Crank the knobs up. There we go. All the way. All the way. I have no idea what whirl motion is and what it does, but heck, for science. For science. Okay, very, very crucial that we go into the vehicle setup. Rack feel, got to be 1, strength 0.8. Stiffness is at 3. Damping is at 3. Alignment boost, 0.2. I'm going to leave these at default for now. Just a minor thing. I don't like how the wipers are swinging because of the own air. That's realistic. That's how wipers are supposed to do. That's what they do. They wiggle around in the air. They don't just wiggle around in the air. I like that they dynamically wiggle based on what the car's doing. If you're in a straight line, they just have that aerodynamic wiggle. But if you go off track and you hit the curb, they kind of vibrate even more aggressively. That makes sense. That's a nice little immersive touch. It's nice. It's nice. It's better than just having it fixed all the way. It's a nice touch. Oh, what's this? Okay. Good thing. There's a bit of static friction. That's a good thing. Like that. Now, I've driven this car quite a bit in LMU. I know that this is not what the FOV looks like when you're in the driver's seat, at least for the realistic FOV, right? We do have the FOV set to the natural FOV. Right now, my wheel is exactly matching the in-game wheel. That's how I know. But because I can see way too much of the right wheel arch and way too much of the dashboard, it feels like the FOV has a fisheye lens. So even if you narrow the FOV, there is still that distortion around the edges, or just that general distortion around the picture, which makes it look wider than it needs to be. In LMU, you can see my cursor, right? In LMU, if I set the natural FOV, I can only probably see about here. I can only see up till right where my hand is here. On the left. And on the right, I can see the A-pillar, but not all the A-pillar. Maybe half of the A-pillar. So in LMU, it feels much more natural, but the wheel size is the same. The wheel size is the same, but the FOV is stretched. So right now, the edges feel like they are stretched out. So the projection, it does feel like it's like from a wide angle lens, and it is a bit trippy. It's a bit trippy, especially after I've driven 4 hours last night in LMU. I especially know how the FOV projection is like in there. I really don't like this rear view mirror offset to the right. I don't like it. Just put it in the middle. Put it in the middle. We did put it in the middle, but it's not in the middle. Why is it not in the middle? The game lies. The game says I can change the HUD, but apparently I can't. The game lied. I'm surprised to know how grass feels like. I do, in fact, touch grass every once in a while. I do remember what grass feels like. FFB, hippie, welcome in. FFB is FFBing. The force is feedbacking. And there is feedback in the force. There is force in the feedback. There is force feedback, if that makes sense. Last time, our first impression was there was feedback, but no force. Now there is force, and there is feedback. Another small irk, right? Usually in these sort of realistic games, you can turn the car on and off. In this one, the car's just perpetually on. It's just on all the time. I can't turn it off. And if I stall the car, I need to push the clutch in, keep it in first gear, and then rev it back up. In which it still kind of goes. Oh, that's a whole other can of worms. That's a whole other can of worms I don't want to get into right now because that's just the game being absolutely messed up. This game has exclusive standing starts for everything. Everything in the game does standing starts, which is dumb. Cars like these with a heavy clutch, I would say, or they're not meant to start from the clutch. They're not meant to do a standing start because you burn through the clutch. They are meant to hold a rolling start, average pace, and then launch in first gear because it's more efficient that way. Same goes for GT3s and most modern machinery, even some old LMP machineries as well, because it would damage the clutch. There's too much torque going through the rear wheels, right? That and the fact that there's no button to go back to neutral. You have to literally go down, you have to downshift twice. Also, you can see my input meter in the middle, right? That's the clutch. I'm going to press the throttle now, see what happens. Why is my car moving forward? Why is the car moving forward when the clutch is fully in? That's not supposed to happen. Why is the car moving forward? Why am I rolling? The clutch is in. The clutch is in. I'm not supposed to be rolling. I'm not supposed to be rolling, but I am. Why am I rolling? Now I'm fully on the brake, and now I am on the throttle. Now I'm not rolling. But if I release the brake, you see how slowly, you see how I'm bogging, and then I'm going. To reinforce the absurdity of the situation, right? Let me come to a dead stop. Foot on the gas, off the brake. Bog, 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 bog. Mental, right? Same thing now with the clutch. Clutch in. Car's already rolling off the clutch. Same thing. Bogging, 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 and then it goes. Right? I mean, you're not supposed to be in first gear in a standstill, right? You're supposed to be in neutral, clutch in, give it a bit of gas. It's not supposed to work this way at all, right? You're supposed to put the clutch in. The engine is supposed to start. The engine is supposed to start right now. You're supposed to put it in first gear. You're supposed to build up a bit of revs. The car's not supposed to move, and then you let go of the clutch and then the car goes, right? But in this one, when you let go of the clutch, the car just doesn't go. It's still bogging the engine down. I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. Oh boy, it seems like a simple implementation. This is not how the cars are supposed to behave. Oh boy. My wheel rim looks similar to this one. The hypercar? Goddamn, what wheel rim do you have, Sean? I thought you had a Fanatec. Don't you have the now extinct Fanatec McLaren 650S GT3 wheel? Chan makes Nara very poor with salesman techniques. Look, I'm just a guy who loves video games, right? And if any one of you love video games because of me, I'm happy for that. I'm happy for that. It means it's rubbing off. It's rubbing off. Right? It means my passion, my love for this is rubbing off, and I take that as a positive. The financial side effects that come with it, though, I don't take responsibility for that. I'm terribly sorry. Me and you both, buddy. We're broke. We're broke playing video games. That's the life in it. Oh, you have the SF1000. The Thrustmaster. Oh wait, no, you don't have the Fanatec. You have the TGT, don't you? Yeah, I remember. You got the TGT. I'm planning to get a TGT, buddy. For next year's TGR. Plan B. That's plan B. For next year's TGR, I want to get a second-hand TGT2. Or plan A is I'm really hoping Simagic comes out, or Sigma Cortex comes out with a PS5 adapter for the PS5 so that I can use this instead. I'd rather have that than plan B. Plan B is a bit of a stretch, but you know, it's there. It's a damn good wheel, I'll say that. Damn good wheel. It may be just a simple belt-driven wheel, but it is one of the best belt-driven wheels. It's a belt-driven wheel that is, I would say, in some cases, better than some direct drive wheels. It's that good. Why not a T598? I tried a T598. I drove it for 5 minutes and I hated it. It was bad. It was bad. On Gran Turismo 7. I drove it on a Gran Turismo 7 on a demo unit somewhere. It was just bad. The wheels sucked. The wheels sucked. Oh boy. Again, I'm spoiled with my Simagic high quality carbon fiber pedals and all that. But boy, oh boy, that plastic cheap toy sucked. So no, I'm not getting a T598. I would rather get something robust, which is the TGT2. That thing is sturdy, man. Sturdy. Because it's weak and the power unit is large. That, and I don't know, the force feedback just wasn't convincing from it. Wasn't convincing. The buttons felt cheap. The buttons felt so squishy and mushy and plastic and wobbly. And the pedals were a bit eh. I mean, I have the TLCM. This is as good as it gets, but honestly, just nah. TGT is really good. Honestly, Nara, the TGT2, I bet it was more expensive than the R3. And now I know why. It's worth it. It it actually gets the job done. It puts its money where its mouth is. It's actually worth the price. Yeah. But again, the R3 is also a decent one as well. I've tried the R3. I tried the R3 at Sepang the other day. There was a time trial demo unit. I tried it. It was decent. Especially if you get the load cell pedal. Don't use the stock pedal. Stock pedals, bleh. Get a load cell. Linear pedal for brake is bad, man. You will develop so many bad habits driving with a linear brake pedal. Get a load cell. Get some kind of resistance to help train that muscle. So bad. All right, shall we give this car a test then? We've established the launch procedure is still terrible, but what about the driving? We are on cold tires. By the way, Sean, you asked what it's like with all the motion on. This is what it's like with all the motion on. Nauseating is the answer. Oh, it's very wobbly, very wobbly. The car and the camera, they're both very wobbly. Oh! Yeah, tires are still cold. Hang on. Let's get it up to temp. Oh, yeah, no. Never mind. Ooh, yeah, no. Camera movement. Let's turn it off. Let's turn that off. 10. Off. G-force sensitive. I like a bit of G-force movement to kind of feel the load changes. Vehicle motion off. Whirl motion off. Actually, what is whirl motion? I gotta see what whirl motion is. What is whirl motion? Ooh. The TGT is 6 newtons, is it not? But yeah, it is belt driven, but it's a damn good belt driven. Very, very good. I was curious, how is the game for beginners with wheels and casuals like me that use assist like stability control? This game, bad. Again, let me reiterate my previous verdict at the end of our 7-hour-long stream of our first impressions of PMR. What I said was, this game, if you're a casual person who just wants to jump in and drive, if you're on console particularly, not for you. This game is not for you. Right now, the game is too much in a busted up, broken state, where if you're a casual driver and you want to drive all the plethora of cars that are in here, all these high-powered, very tricky to drive cars on their own, even on a wheel, on a controller, it's a nightmare. The assists are not assisting you enough. They're not doing their job properly. The engine braking, the throttle map, the ABS, it's just not coming together right. Nothing is working the way it should be. So you would have a pretty abysmal experience. Yes, on one hand, you could just fight through it, fight the pain and get good. On the other hand, don't bother, is what I will say. Don't bother. It's just no. Just no. It's not for the weak-minded, the weak-hearted. If you're a hardcore simmer, you probably could try to get good, try to fiddle with it and try to mess with the force feedback and everything. But right now, it's just not for the casual sim racer or just racing game enthusiast. It's not built up enough just yet. And of course, the big appeal is the career mode. And yeah, we will get to that in a bit. The AI kind of worms. We'll get to that in a bit. How are you, Mav? Well, welcome in. See you there. Should have bought the TGT2 since you wanted to join. You could. You still can. You still can. You can sell off your R3. You still can. Honestly, man, I now because you bought the R3 before TGR, right? And I used the TGT2 during TGR and for the iRacing round for round 3, and I used it a bit after that. Only then I kind of came into a new appreciation for the thing. I was like, okay, you know what? This thing is actually damn good. It's actually the best feeling wheel on GT7 that isn't a Fanatec DD Pro. And for the price, it really does put the money where its mouth is. It's a heckin' good wheel. It's perfectly optimized for GT7. It works just as well on PC sims as well. Got 4 knobs, got 2 D-pads and 2 wiggly sticks as well. It's more than enough. It's more than enough. My dad is kind of encouraging me to buy a new one if I want to join TGR. A, yes, join TGR. That's awesome. B, that's nice of your dad. Heck, now, I mean, if you don't mind, if you've got a bit of cash lying around, I would encourage you to get the TGT2. I believe with the TGT2, you would be able to better brush up on your basics compared to the Moza, especially so on GT7 and Assetto Corsa. I would say it would be a better overall starter package than the R3. That's just my opinion, but I'm a little bit biased, of course. I just like the TGT2 very much. I think it's just a fantastic wheel. I think it might be one of Thrustmaster's best wheels. Right up there along with the T300. T300 also very solid, but the TGT2 does a bit of headroom, and it's got that transducer thing, which I love as well. It's just super, super solid. He wants me to go broke so I won't leave the house. Asian padded things. There we go. Back again. We've got a lap in. The tires are still cold. The wheel is very wobbly. Oh, God. Hey! The wheel is wiggly. Like, I get you have to get that 2-stage braking because this car doesn't have ABS, but the brakes are a bit too aggressive, I feel. Okay, so now again, there is force, there is feedback, but it doesn't feel right. Oh boy, yep. Something's off. Something's very off with this. Again, I am kind of clenching the wheel pretty hard right now to stop it from wiggling. Here's what happens if I let go of the wheel. That. Oh, yeah. I don't think that's supposed to happen in real life. Or is that what actually happens? I don't know. I've never driven one of these in real life. Oh boy, yeah. Traction control is at 6, by the way. And I'm giving it like 40% throttle on exit and it's still sliding. Look what happens if I just loosen up the wheel. It just, oh gosh, that is strong. That is very strong. Yeah, that's 30% throttle there, not much. Is it drivable? Yes. Is it good? Our tires are still cold. Our tires are still very cold. Ooh, speaking of the tires, one very big complaint I had was, if you look at the tire radar on the bottom right, next to the HUD, you'll see that the color of the tires are not very well indicative of the state of the tires. The colors look pale, is what I'm trying to say. They look very pale, so you can't really tell what the temperature of the tire is by looking at it. Sure, you can look at the number. It does say the number, 79 degrees, 82 degrees. But when you're going at high speed, when you're looking at the road ahead, you don't see the number, you see the color of it, right? So right now I can see my tires are kind of blue, kind of green, but I don't know. They look very washed out. Y'all wanna hear a very funny statement I read? I think Ian Bell said it, right? Or someone in the team said it, right? Someone said something along the lines of, you can quote me, don't quote me on this exactly, but this is what I read, right? They said something along the lines of the tire colors don't matter because you'll know when the tires are warmed up because the car will just start to grip. And I think that's a very back-asswards thing to say. That is such an out-of-touch thing to say. Just because you think you don't need it doesn't mean the rest of us don't need it. I, for one, and I'm sure everyone here would love to have just a proper, normal red, green, blue. A nice saturated color palette so we can actually see what the condition of the tire is visually rather than feeling it. Because again, this game is aimed for console drivers. Console drivers, I hate to break it to y'all can't feel shite, right? So y'all need that visual information, and the fact that the person had the audacity to say that you don't need that because you'll be able to feel it, right? So we just didn't bother putting a saturated color palette because we don't need it. You don't need it. You can feel it. How out of touch is that statement right there? That was a huge complaint I had. Right now, the colors, when they go from blue to green, you can't even tell. The green is too faded. The blue is too faded as well. When they're in that midpoint transitioning between blue and green, you can't tell if it's green or not. You can't tell if it's cold or in the optimal temp. When it overheats, you can tell it goes to orange. But even then, the orange is also very, very pale. You can't tell. It's so pale. And if you're colorblind, well, screw you. That's what the game says, basically. If you're colorblind, enjoy. Good luck trying to figure out whether your tires are in the optimal range because we have done nothing to help you out. Get good. Get a better life. Get good eyes is what the game says, basically. Anyway, I'm not even going to drive another lap. This is abysmal. Can I salvage it with a bit of force feedback tweaks, though? What have I done so far? Let's bring the force feedback down to 0.68. Bring the stiffness down a bit. Bring the damping down a bit. Stiffness down to 2. Damping down to 2. EQ mid down a little bit. EQ high up a little bit. EQ low down a little bit. Alignment boost, turn that off. Rack feel 1. Funny thing is, PMR is much better in console than PC. Really? I mean, we're getting above 60 FPS on PC. That's a plus. The console guys are stuck in 60. By that metric alone, console is a lot better. I think overall, PC does look better slightly because you can have that adjustability. But they have a lot of work to do with the optimization. I will agree. They have a lot of work to do. Oh, hang on. Oh my God, they fixed it. They fixed it. Oh my God, the sods actually listen to feedback. Oh my God, I'm so proud of them. Everyone give the Project Motor Racing team a big round of applause. They did something good. They did a thing. They did a thing, guys. You want to know what they did? Let me just turn this off real quick. If you would bring your eyes to the bottom left, one thing that I had a complaint about was when you're navigating the menus, right? And I wanted to go back. I clicked back, and then I want to go back to the next menu, right? Was previously, when I clicked into a menu, and then I clicked another menu, the back button would be over here. So I had to move my mouse right and then move my mouse left again. So sometimes when I get into this, and then I wanted to go back, and then I pressed it again, I would go back into the menu. So if I click the same place, it would send me into a loop of going in and out, in and out, in another minute. And I just say, just put that button on the left, right? Left is for back. Do that. And they've done it. They've done it. They fixed the back button. Now it's on the left. It's not moving. It's there. I click that. I click that. So the back button is just there. Everything else is on the side. Love it. Love it. All right. All right. It's all the tiny things. It's a teeny meeny thing, but okay. I'm glad I noticed that. Thought I wouldn't notice, but I did. Thank you. Thank you for doing a small thing, game. Is it enough? Heck no, but still. Right direction, right direction. You all are taking baby steps, baby steps. Right, now just do that for everything else. There we go. Yeah, the wobbly wigglies is back.
All clear.
You can see it does the thing where if you force it to understeer, it doesn't turn, right? Which is good. That's kind of how it's supposed to be. Also, how long will it take to even heat up the tires? It's taking forever. Okay, let's actually get this up to temp and then give it a go. Okay, there is still a bit of wiggliness in the wheel, but I think that's just because we reduced the overall force feedback. If I let go of the wheel now, there we go. There's still that wiggling, right? But if you just kind of hold the wheel normally, it's not an issue. But it's still not a good thing because I imagine if someone accidentally lets go of the wheel, they will get hurt. They will get badly hurt. Let's warm up the tire, warm up the tire, come on. So right now, you can see the tires are blue, barely blue, barely blue. There we go, locking up the tires a bit. Kaz needs to take a leaf out of PMR devs. They fix buttons, yeah. To be fair, Gran Turismo doesn't need any fixing. That game's just good out of the box. Gran Turismo's UI just works. It just works. It's good. There we go, there. Still that aggressive wiggle when I let go of the wheel, but it's a lot less. So right now, again, don't quote me on this. The whole sensitive throttle issue that I speak of, I don't know if it's a realistic thing or if it's a simulator thing, because in LMU's throttle map is in such a way where you have to be aggressive on the throttle, and because the assist systems in LMU are done pretty well, very, very well, I would say, close to how you would get in real life, especially the traction control systems, right? It's a very sophisticated traction control system, whereas in this game you don't have the TC cut, TC slip options. This is just like a flat TC setting. You can't change it. You can change the hybrid battery deployment, but that's not going to affect anything. There we go. I've only given it like 30% throttle and I spun. That's not how it's supposed to be. I'm on traction control 6. 6 out of 10. Car feels a lot more drivable now. It's a lot less wobbly in the middle of the force feedback range. So usually in LMU, you'd kind of go flat out as soon as you get out of turn 1 or turn 2. But this, I'm keeping that 30% because I know it's a bit sketchy, right? So in this game, in every car, the throttle map is just a bit too aggressive. I don't know if that's, again, I don't know if that's how the car really is or if that's just the physics model of the game. But either way, it takes some getting used to. And it certainly doesn't feel natural. Especially when you have traction control that's supposed to stop the sliding from happening. Also, this is a hypercar. If the traction control of the brakes lock up, there are supposed to be lights on the dash that flicker that should indicate when the assists are doing their thing. But in this, I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything on this that would indicate otherwise. I'm only seeing the rev lights go up. There we go. When I lock up, yeah, the lights go red on the dash there. Now, I know for a fact that the lights glow a different color. I might be wrong. It's been a while since I drove this car. I've only drove the Porsche yesterday with the 24 hours of Le Mans. But in this, it seems like the lights are just glowing red. There we go. Fourth gear, keeping it steady. Even smoothly getting on the throttle on the exit of turn 2, it's still kinda trying to fight me. Alright, so let me bring your attention to the tire radar on the bottom right of the HUD there. Without looking at the numbers, don't look at the numbers, don't cheat, be honest. Without looking at the numbers, looking at the color of the radar alone, the tire radar, can you all tell me what temperature my tires are? Or if my tires are in the right tire range or not? Just by taking a glance at it, take a glance. Can you guys tell me if my tires are in the right temperature range or not? Are they visually appealing? Like imagine if you were driving and you took a peek at it, would you know if your tires are ready to push or you still have to be a bit careful? Are they blue? Are they green? I have no clue. They're a bit of both. I have a conspiracy. It's a big, big fat conspiracy, but a conspiracy nonetheless. Can someone just Google and see if Ian Bell is colorblind? I don't know. Genuine question. Honest question. Is Ian Bell actually colorblind? Is he red-green colorblind? Or any one of the other colorblindness, like tritanopia, deuteranopia, anything? Is he colorblind? Because that would also explain everything else. Why the entire UI is also monochromatic. Maybe it just works for colorblind people. I don't know. I'm not colorblind. I think he is. No, but can someone actually fact check that? Is he colorblind? I think he's on. I don't know what he's on, but he should not be having too much of it. Again, look at the tire radar. Can you tell me if my tires are in the right range or not? I still can't tell if they're in the right range or not. And if I'm being completely honest, we've driven like 4 laps now. I feel no discernible difference in the grip of the tires compared to when I first pulled out of the pit. Maybe slightly, sure. But no, the car still feels skittish and unpredictable, and I do not feel confident pushing this car to the limit. Especially on exit, because the throttle, the traction control isn't controlling the traction. Which is very ironic, because it has one job. It's supposed to control traction. That's why it's called traction control. But it's not doing the thing it's supposed to do. It's very weird. Oh. Okay, now I can see. Okay, my tires went orange there for a bit. Also, because of the... Another problem. Because of the god-awful startup procedure, if you're stuck on the gravel, you're stuck on the gravel. There's just no way for you to get out because you can't initiate it until you really pump it. 80 degrees is the optimal range, yeah. We are on medium tires, so yeah, that is about the optimal range. But 80 is a bit too hot, I would say. Mediums, I think, if we were to follow LMU's numbers, medium tires in the WEC spec, Michelin WEC spec tires, 75-ish, I think, is the optimal range. 70 to 75-ish. Or even low 80s at most. I know hard tires take high 80s to 90s. Soft tires, high 60s. On the plus side though, this is a lot more drivable than when the first time we took this for a spin. But the underlying physics of having to drive this on the limit is still way off. Way off. The car still feels far too uncertain. Getting the tires into the optimal temperature range is a pain. Every time I try to push to the limit when I'm turning in, it just... I don't know. It does something unpredictable. I don't know what it's trying to do. I'm stuck. I just want to go. Go. Because you know how previously in the GT1, I could turn the wheel. Notice how I'm turning the wheel and I'm still going straight. Yeah, that's understeer in action there. There we go. Now we got temperature in the tires. Can I push? Nope. So in this car in particular, I can't feel the grip at all in the front tires. Nor can I hear it. There is no audible sound. There's no scrub. There's no screech. There's just turn and die. That's it. There's nothing. There's nothing in this. In the low speeds, you do feel a little bit. But because as you're going slow, you can kind of feel it here. I'm turning so hard there. The force is strong, so I feel like I'm on the limit, but I don't hear anything from the tires. So because I don't hear anything from the tires, it feels like you're not on the limit. So you turn more and then you die. So it's like there's a miscommunication. One of you is lying. Either the force feedback is lying or the tire sounds are lying, and I can't trust neither. I don't know who's telling the truth. I don't know who's lying here. Azib! It's my boy Azib! Seems like they haven't fixed the GT3s and the hypercars, eh? Yeah, I can tell. Yep. Oh boy. It's a little better. It's a little better, but it's still got a long way to go. A little bit better, but it's still got a long way to go. We just tried the Toyota GT1. That car was amazing. That car was really good. The underlying physics is still a bit, you know, like Gordon Ramsay calls it raw, I would say. It's still a bit off. Needs some time in the oven. But better. Better than before. This car especially, it's a lot better than before. At least I can drive it in a straight line now. Also, if I'm being honest, the force feedback tweak that we did in the setup has somewhat eliminated the wobble in the steering wheel. Whereas previously, it felt like AMS2. Now it doesn't. Now it feels solid. There we go. When I'm turning on the limit, the force feels solid. Yeah, they gotta work on the feedback on this car then. The assists are really holding the car back. Really holding the car back. I figured out how the braking works in this car especially. See, I'm braking really late and deep into the corners. I'm not locking up. Feels okay. Yeah. Also, they fixed a very, very small irk that I had, and I'm very happy with it. It's a small thing in the UI, but I'm glad they fixed it. Hang on, let me show you a bit. Let me try to go for like a proper push lap like I would in LMU. Curbs still feel slippery. I have no idea if my tires are within the optimal range. You can still see when I downshift into a lower gear, that throttle blip is not doing its job, and I get that sudden bite of oversteer, right? Which I have to do a quick counter steer to keep it in check. That's not very realistic. Yeah, that's not supposed to happen. You're not supposed to slide on the exit there. We're on a pretty high traction control setting too. Yep. Oh. So bad. $136.5. Pretty good. All right. Do I have a ball spot? Do I have a ball spot? Hang on, we haven't tried that out yet. No, we don't. Nope, there's no ball spot. I don't feel it. Yeah, no. No ball spot feeling whatsoever. Yeah, I just locked up fully from 200 miles an hour into a dead stop. No ball spot. No ball spot at all. And the tires are still blue. I think they're blue. I think they're blue double D double die. I don't know. I just fully locked up the tires and they're back to blue in like 5 seconds. That's just crazy. That's very crazy. Anyway. Okay, there has been a little bit of an improvement in this car, but I don't think we should be driving this a lot or spending much time in it. It's still very, very busted. Very, very busted. A lot of other games have the GT3s and hypercars. I guess it's good that the unique cars feel great. Honestly, you're right. I think we can ignore the LMDH, we can ignore the GT3s, because I think the real appeal for this game, right? You've got the old LMPs, you've got the Group Cs, the GT1s, the GTs, the GTEs, even the GTEs. I'm gonna say nah, they are more on the GT3 side where they don't feel great, right? But you got, yeah, even the 911 Cup. Anything that's modern by most people's standards just doesn't feel great. These GTOs, Group 5, they're the sports car in the 70s. NGT, GT4 is a big no-no. 964. MX5 feels decent. And then you got this thing, Track Day Praga Bohema. Pretty nice. This is a mod, by the way. This is an mod. Alright, we tried 2 of the Totoyas. Let's try one more Totoya, which is the GT4 Supra, before we move on to other things, right? Last I tried the GT4 Supra, I actually was kind of impressed with it. I was pretty impressed with it, but it still did feel a little bit off. So let's see if now we can make it feeling a little bit better. That's the hope, man. That's the hope. We're just hoping the game gets better. I wonder if they made any actual meaningful changes to the AI. I wonder if they actually did any meaningful changes to it. Okay, vehicle setup, tire and chassis, everything set to default. Alignment boost 0.2. I'm going to keep everything at default as well. Strength down to 0.7. Stiffness and damping at default. Keep everything as it is. Let's go for a drive. There we go. Got that bit of wiggle as well to it. ABS very, very high.
All clear.
Okay. Not much wiggle on the wheel. Take it as a good thing, I guess. A bit of wiggle, which is to be expected, but not the kind of wiggle that we got from the hypercar, where it was just kind of going crazy when we let go of the wheel, right? Woo! Not that much wiggle. You heard AI was part of the update, right? I actually didn't read the patch notes, so I don't know what's new, what they changed. Ooh, yeah. Here's the one thing that I'm pretty happy they changed. If we go to the pit, right? If I go to setup, so you see how the button layouts down here in the bottom left are laid out? You got quit. So if I go to setup, for example, and then go to this, for example, the back button, last time, these buttons didn't have a fixed order. So the back button would be here. And then if I pressed back, and if I wanted to go back to the previous menu, which is this, the main pause menu, the back button would be here on the right side, right? So, for example, if I were in the pit and then I pressed back, and then the back button would have moved to the right. So if I press that again, it would take me back into the pit menu. So if I just keep clicking this, you would kind of be stuck in a loop. You just be in, out, in, out, in, out. Now they fixed it. Now they put the back button fixed in one position in the bottom left corner. So if you just press that twice, boom, you're back in the main menu. Tiny user experience, but it goes a long way. It goes a long way, saves you a bit of frustration. Good thing they did that. Good that they did the thing. Also, they really should just add a button to turn the car on and off. Every game has it at this point. Race Room has it, AC has it, ACC has it,
Clear of the pits.
iRacing has it, LMU has it. You're gonna call yourself an authentic sim. Just have a couple of buttons to turn the car on and off. And especially if you're gonna pride yourself on the standing starts, which a lot of the cars don't even do standing starts. They're not made to do standing starts in real life or otherwise. At least have the standing start system work decently. It's just me, or does the car sound very, very muted compared to last time? Now, I'll admit I am a little biased in this testing with the Toyotas in particular. Damn, I keep calling it Totoya for fun, and now I kind of keep calling it Toyota. Because I want to really test the Toyotas to see if they are viable for next year's TGR. Right now, the Supra GT4 and the GT1 Le Mans prototype, those are the two cars that show a lot of promise. The hypercar is way off. I don't think the hypercar is going to be a viable choice. But the GT4 and the GT1 feel very, very good. And speaking of force feedback, the force feedback on this feels pretty good. I don't like that we're only getting 70 FPS, but you know what? I'll take it. Take what I can get. And this is just on our own, by the way. No AI. Probably going to be worse when we get other cars in. Yeah, the car is drivable. The car is drivable. The force feedback feels nice. No wiggling. There's a bit of wiggling, but it's a believable amount of wiggling. There we go. I just abused the ABS there, and the car just went sliding off. All right. I'm not sure if that's how it would be, but I think I just braked way too late. Get the tires up into the right range. On medium tires, 1.57 bar. I need to calibrate my brain to work in bar as well, because when it comes to tire pressures, I'm used to pounds per square inch, PSI. Not bar, but bar is the actual unit of pressure that is used in real life. And that is the metric system too. So in this car, for instance, the feeling of being on the limit is very, very vague compared to the GT1. The feeling of being on the limit is very, very vague. As in, I can't do the thing where I turn as much as I can till I feel the tires squeal and then I know I'm on the limit. I can't do that quite yet. Shall we do an AI race? Shall we do an AI race with this car on this track? See how it's like? This is a very sketchy thing, this. But it feels believable. Again, believable. Like I can somewhat make sense of it to an extent. Oh boy. Is it a me? Is it a skill issue? Do I gotta bring the ABS down a bit? Because I know there might be some of y'all who say, oh, just tweak the setup, make the setup better. But here's the thing about setups. Setups are supposed to make an already good experience better. If the car by default doesn't work, that's not a setup issue. It's just an inherent built-in game issue, right? Yeah, I don't fancy the car just sliding before I even start to turn it, right? Do I just have to turn or brake a lot earlier than I think I should be? I think that just might be the bulk of my problems. I'm just carrying way too much speed into the corner. The engine braking and the throttle blip doesn't help. Throttle blip is way too aggressive. Yeah, see, the car just slides into the corner like that. It's not supposed to be doing that. What if I have the traction control as high as it can go? Maximum TC. Yeah, I'm not even near the limit, but the car feels like it will slide at any moment. Doesn't feel right. See, we go. I'm not even on the limit there. I just barely turned. I couldn't hear or feel the tires. But as I'm straightening up for the heavy braking zone, I just lose it. So you win some, you lose some, I guess. There's slight improvement with the hypercar, slight improvement with the older stuff, but GT4 seems to have taken a step back. I'm not too pleased with that. Not too pleased. All right. I am open for something else right now. Let's try something else, something we've never tried before, preferably. Any suggestions? What car shall we take for a spin? I'm open. There's plenty to try from. I really want the 911 to be good. I really want this to be good because I love this car. I want this to be good, but right now it's just not. We'll give this a try later. But right now, let's just I'll take a suggestion from the chat. What car shall we take for a spin? First one gets it. First one to call dibs gets it. Do they have the C8 GTE and also the C8? There we go. Yeah, they have the GT3 and the GTE. Nice. Gillette. All right, there we go. Azib called it. Azib called the Gillette. Gillette, where are you? Where is it? What class is the Gillette again? GTO? Group 5? Sport car? Gillette! It's the Gilly! Gotta take Gran Turismo Yellow. The Gilly Mobile! Let's set up the HUD first. Wait, seat position. 47. Tilt it down. Go up a little bit. Go back a little bit. There we go. I also don't like the way they do the field of view. It really is like, give us a standard proper procedure for every car. Like, okay, I don't mind the adjustability on a car per car basis like AC, right? But there's no standard. Like, field of view 47 what degrees? If we were to follow this by degrees, there is vertical FOV and horizontal FOV. I know for a fact that my vertical FOV is 36 and my horizontal FOV is 60 to 61. So 47 is just a very strange number, right? If I were to put 36, this just feels stupid. And 60 just feels a bit too much. 47 is what feels right. 47 is what matches the in-game steering wheel and it looks reasonably proportioned, right? So I think they need to work on that as well. Give a bit more meaning and context to these numbers, some tooltip, something. Right now, it's just a bare number. It's not very informative. You can work on that. Vertigo. Yeah, they don't have the mecha. Unfortunately. It's okay. Let's get the Q in. We'll test the Gillette first. We'll test the Viper next. Yeah. Viper what, Mav? The Viper GTE or the old Viper? There were a couple of Vipers, no? There was a Viper. I believe I saw an Viper here. Yeah, there's a GTE Viper. The SRT GTSR. Was there another Viper here? Yeah, there's another. Yeah, the GTSR Viper. The big. The glowing nostril boy. Yeah. He's got lights for nose. That one. The GTE. So this chunky boy then. The SRT. Ah, yes. Ooh. Very nice. But for now, we're going to drive the Gilly Mobile. Where is it? Where is my Gilly? Where is my silly Gilly? My silly Gilly boy. Hey. Look at him. What a happy smile. Track. What track shall we whack it at? What track? Azib, you get dibs since you called it this one. No Le Mans yet. Right? No Le Mans yet. Also, while we're on the Gilly, we'll give it a few dry laps. Once we get the hang of it, let's turn on the rain. Let's turn on the waterworks. See what the rain feels like. Get a proper feel for it. Yeah. This is as good a car as any. What do you reckon, Azib? What car? I mean, what track? Canadientre? Canadian Tire. Oh, Canadientre. God, I can't read. Canadian Tire. Most Sport. Okay, let's go. A Most Sport. Let's try very early morning. Track condition pristine. Let's go. Now, I am not very good at this track because I've never driven on it before. So keep that in mind. If I suck, it is partially a skill issue. We're going to take it for a drive with the default setup first, see how it feels, and then we make some minor tweaks if necessary. Seb007. Oh, fellow 00 brother. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Cockpit should be fine. Let's go for a whirl. Oh, there we go. There we go. Here's another big problem, right? You're doing standing starts, but then the car's rolling on the start. Even if you hold the clutch, the car just rolls even more. Now look at that. The car actually rolls even more if you put the clutch in. So if you want to do a standing start on an elevated surface such as Canadian Tire, Spa, what was that? there's a lot of tracks. Daytona, your car's just going to roll off the line. And if you roll off the line, you get a penalty. And you can't start because you got to wait for the lights to go green. So you kind of have to heel toe it, which is also very stupid. Because if you hold the brakes instead, your car just bogs down and it doesn't start. You have to put the clutch in, right? So, very stupid. Good realism. Yeah, okay. On one hand, yes, I think it proves that the game has gravity. That's something, I guess. But on the other hand, it's stupid. It's stupid that it doesn't have like a brake. Oh, look how cute this car is. Little gilly. Look at this gilly. Such a silly gilly. Oh, this was a car, man. This is the car. Oh, I used to dread this. I used to love this car in Gran Turismo. Love driving it. Dread it when it was an opponent. Such a fun little car. Let's go.
You're clear.
Ooh, force feedback feels crunchy on this. Do we got a wiggle? Yep, a bit of a wiggle, but I think the wiggle is fine. Just the right amount of wiggle. Tires are very cold. Tires are very, very cold. This game doesn't have tire warmers, right? I don't remember seeing a tire warmer option in the menu. Oh, yeah. I just went down a single gear from 4th to 3rd, and you saw that snap oversteer there? Not good. Not good, game. Not good. Not good at all. Brake bias is way too much to the front. Yeah, oh boy, even going from 4th to 3rd is a nightmare there. Well, at least the wipers work. No ABS, no traction in this car. Fully raw. Raw. Oh, yeah. 5th to 4th gear. A high-speed corner where I just want to get the rotation in. It's snapping on me, right? Oh, boy. Okay, default force feedback on this actually feels pretty good. I don't think I want to change anything. This feels decent. Could be a bit more strong. Could increase the strength a little bit more. But as of now, it feels fine. Oh, it doesn't like it when I break over the crest. K5 Ash, welcome in. You say there are tire warmers now. Okay, that's good to know. So this whole slipperiness, I could partially attribute it to my skill issue, or lack thereof. Partially to the cold tires. But a big chunk of it, I still would say there's something still very wrong with the physics. Yeah, until they get that engine braking and the downshifts right, it's gonna be very, very hard and annoying to drive anything. Because every time you downshift, when the throttle blip isn't doing its job, it's frustrating because it just keeps snapping the rear out. Hang on, let me try to artificially compensate for the lack of throttle blip by manually throttle blipping myself. It works! It works! It works! I gave it a blip and going from 5th to 4th, it worked! There we go, I gave it a blip again from 4th to 3rd, it works! I think that says it, right? That establishes that the problem is the throttle blip. The throttle blip isn't throttle blipping. It's not doing its job. Is throttle blip on in your assist? I've set it all to authentic, but even when I had it on, it wasn't doing its job. So I believe this is a manual car. From what I can tell, yeah, I can see my hand going on the right there. Just a light bit of brake over the crest to slow it down. Oh, long rotation. Missed the first apex, get the second one. Again, I'm looking at that tire radar down there. I don't know if it's blue or green. I don't know if my tires are warm enough or not. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no clue. My car feels slippy still. Yeah, this car actually feels pretty good. You can kind of push it to the limit. Except for the crest. Yeah, the crest. Maybe it's I just don't know how to drive on this track enough issue. Or just could be really can't upset the balance of this car too much. Can you clutch kick it? Yeah, you can, a little bit. Keep going off there. Yeah, this car is far more stable on corner exit when I give it some throttle compared to the hypercar or the Supra. And give it that aggressive burst. And even with the aggressive elevation changes, I'm sure that it won't try to kill me instantly. Got a late apex, that one. Turn it early, lightly, get that late apex in here. Light brake on the crest, on the dip. Squeeze it out. All right. Let me indulge in some scientific experimentation, right? Assists. There we go. Authentic everything. I have no idea what this is still. I have no idea what this is. What is auto cut? Cut what? Cut what? Cut where? Cut who? Cut why? Trailing throttle. What the hell is that? What's that? What trailing what? Auto blip. Force on, right? So we force on. So the games supposedly should do the blip for me, and we should theoretically, in theory, not lose the rear when I downshift, right? Auto cut. I'm also going to force that on. I'm also going to force this on. Trailing throttle. I'm going to force this on because I have no idea what this does. Notice there's no stability control. There's only traction and ABS. But I've set it at authentics, which is what I want. It's just what I like. Downshift protection authentic as well as it is in the real cars, right? Manual, pit limiter authentic, pit box indicator. Okay, all this is fine. So these things, clutch, sure, auto clutch does what it says. That's pretty straightforward. These three, I have no idea what these three are. Blip is supposed to be giving that blip when you downshift for manual cars, and but for older cars, it does give the blip. Modern cars usually have it built in. So even if you set it to authentic, right? You notice how you can't turn it off. Authentic means cars that have it pre-built will come with it, but cars that are manual, like full-on manual gearbox with a clutch and everything, you will have to blip the throttle yourself. And cars that don't, you can force it to be on, right? So again, I've just turned it all on just for the sake of it, just to give it a try. Just, you know, let's try. We're here to F around and we're here to find out, all right? Aha, I found, there we go. Again, there we go, game. You were one step forward, two steps back, yet again. The back button. What's the back button doing here? Why is the back button not here? Why? What's up with that? You were so close. Okay, yeah, back button is here. And then I click on this, I click on this. All right, back button is here. And then boop, it's all the way there now. Oh no, you're so close, game. So close. Oh, did they really just go into one setup? Oh no, it's also on the right side, not on the left. Oh, so close. So close, game. So close. Heading in the right direction, though. Your mind's in the right place. Just, here's an idea. How about you QA, QC your game before you do anything at all? I don't know. Just, it takes 5 minutes. It takes 5 minutes to just click through all of these, make sure all the buttons are in the right place so that, it doesn't be an annoying. Yeah, look at it. The setup menu, all fine. The escape button, the back button is on the left side. No problem. Nothing wrong there. And then you go here, and then you go settings. Oh, what's this? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oopsie. Minor UI quirk. Oh, well. Anyway. Yeah, there we go. See how... The only reasonable way I can see to do standing starts in this game is if you have some of the assists on. Now, I don't know what assist is doing what. Right now, we're in first gear. My brake is fully down, but my engine is still on. So my car hasn't stalled, right? My clutch still works, but it does nothing, I reckon. I can't override it, but I've hit the brakes. My car is still not stalled. So if I give it a bit of throttle, another small inconvenience. So imagine we're doing a standing start on a slope surface. Notice my car is still rolling. Notice how my car is still rolling. I'm 100% brake. My foot is hard down. I'm pushing it as hard as I can. I'm still rolling. I give it a bit of throttle and I roll even harder. So I can't even build up revs on the start reliably without getting a penalty. So how is anyone expected to get a perfect standing start when it doesn't allow you to do so? Again, am I doing something wrong? I don't know. Also, I'm still having that dead zone issue on the throttle, by the way. Remember I said that the first 5% of my brake and throttle doesn't register? Yeah. Boop, there we go. If you look very closely to my input radar, boop, boop, you see how my brake just kind of... It goes from nothing to like 10%. So I'm missing that initial 10% of travel for both the brake and the throttle. It's a little bit, but when you want to be precise with your driving, it matters. It really does matter. Alright, I like the default FFB on this car. I'm not going to change anything. Let's see if the assists do anything. Got a downshift. Oh, okay. Okay, did they actually fix the auto blip assist? Feels like they did. Give it another try. Okay, they kinda did. They kinda did. They fixed it. They fixed it. They sort of fixed the auto blip. At least for this car, for the one car that we tried. So let's keep that setting on and turn off the others and see how it affects the driving. There we go. Downshift mid corner, stable. Keep yourself planted. All right. Promising. Gamer guy, welcome in. So, for example, a long corner like most spot turn 1, I want to hold 5% brakes. Because I just want to keep the fronts planted. Same thing for turn 2. I just want to keep the fronts planted to go for that late apex, right? But because I physically cannot give it 5% braking, because the game won't let me, even though dead zone is completely turned off, by the way, the dead zone is completely off, but I still can't give it 5% braking. I can only give it 10% or more, which is pretty stupid. I think I can go flat out here. One way to find out. Gotta send it. For a car with no traction control, it is exiting better than with the two modern cars we tried that did have traction control. How surprising is that? How's PMR's new update treating us? Better than the first time, but still pretty kinky. Got a lot of kinks to iron out. There we go. I want to give it that little bit of braking. Same thing here. I want to give it a little bit of braking, but not too much braking, but I can't give it the exact amount of braking that I want. So that's a bit annoying as well. Same thing here. I'm going downhill. I want to brake. Nothing. No input there. I am braking. I know I am braking. I know I'm braking 5%, but the car's not slowing down. There we go. I can only give it 10% or more. I can't give it less than 10%. That is a minor nuisance. But good news though, the throttle blip is working again. I've got the game but not touching it until the last Year 1 update comes out, waiting for most major issues to be ironed out first. That is a good principle as well. That leaves more work for the rest of us then. The rest of us wannabe content creators, we gotta figure out what's wrong with the game, point it out, and hope they fix it. But so far, yeah, it's small steps, but they are moving in the right direction. One thing about this car though, yeah, there is understeer. I do hear the tires. But it is kind of funny though. Look, let me just What is this, man? What is this? Yes. Okay, that is very, very broken. Very broken. What if I just... Valid. Valid. What if I just do that? What if I just... If it grips, it grips. Full 180 lock and it goes. I'm going 150 kilometers an hour. It still sticks. I'm gonna go flat out here. I'm just gonna turn. If I turn, it turns, right? Yeah. If it turns, it turns. If I turn it in that direction, it will go in that direction. Okay. It's 3 seconds ahead. Ah, what a joke. What a joke. I mean, my front tires are toast, but still. The fact that that's even possible should not be allowed. I'm just gonna lift here. Woo! It goes. It goes. I mean, yes, it understeers, but it doesn't understeer in the usual way where it goes straight off or pulls you off. It understeers, but it still rotates. That shouldn't be the case. You're not supposed to understeer and rotate at the same time. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. If I try to drive it smoothly, right, I just can't feel the limit there. I don't hear the tires at all until I really force the steering, which just feels wrong. Yeah. So honestly, pushing the car feels safer. Pushing the car absurdly to the maximum wheel rotation limit is safer than trying to be smooth and on the limit of rotation. How crazy is that? Well, not crazy enough, apparently, if you're someone called Ian Bell. But for the rest of us, this is actually insane. Still waiting to see when he rectifies it. Yep. Me, you, and everyone else here, I guess. Car sounds good though, I will say that. The car sounds good. It is a funny looking car, that. Also, again, can I look back and also look at my car? If I want to look behind my car, don't. It takes 3 business days to go back to the view, and then I crash. Don't do that. Just let me look back. Let me look back. Let me look back at my car. I want to see the damage in the front of my car. God forbid a man wants to look at the front of his car. God forbid a man wants to take a look at that handsome smile. Look at that. Look at that smile. Look at that cheeky smile. But it takes 3 days for the camera to rotate again. My God. Wait, can you try the flicking when turning? It's F125 physics, really? Oh yeah, F125 have the same thing too. I mean, the internet can have opinions on the man, but I'm not gonna jump on board the train. In the end, he is but a man, whatever kind of man. Okay, let's do a push lap. And I mean a real push lap.
Now's the time to establish your reference point, mate.
Oh, this is funny. Just turn it. Just turn it. It goes. It'll go. Don't trust it. Don't worry. $180 opposite lock. Yep. Makes sense, right? Makes sense. Yeah. Makes perfect sense. Heard damage. Speaking of damage, they really gotta work on the damage. The damage is, well, let's say non-existent. I mean, it exists, but it's implemented so poorly. At this point, even GT7 has a better mechanical damage implementation. I mean, yes, on the one hand, we are using the grip of the tires by doing this. And only when I do that, I can actually hear the tires. Anything before that, I don't hear anything on the tires at all. I don't hear anything on the tires at all. Nothing, 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 nothing. I hear the tires now. There we go. I hear nothing. So again, there's a mismatch with the force and what I'm hearing and what the car is actually doing. Maximum force feedback does not correlate to the car being on the limit. Or hearing the tire noise squeal at the highest peak does not indicate that you're on the limit. In fact, you're on the limit well before you hear the tires squeal. So you gotta ask yourself, what gives, you know? How do I know when the car is on the limit? When the force feedback isn't telling me when I'm on the limit, when the tire sound isn't telling me when I'm on the limit, how do I know? What other way do I have of knowing if I'm on the limit or not? And the answer is, you don't. Deal with it. Another 1.2 seconds quicker. Oh, good God, this is laughable. And I'm going faster. I can go faster. I can go faster. We are going faster. Flat out through here. Tight line. None of this makes sense. None of this makes sense. So it's like when you're driving at 70 to 80% on the limit, it makes sense, kinda. But then when you try to go 90 to 100, you run into shenanigans like this, which makes no sense. This shouldn't be possible. Okay, exact same lap time. Could have been a 2/10 quicker, but you know, still begs the question, you know? Now, that might have been very, very quick. That was a very quick lap time. I don't think I would have been possible to do that. That would have been possible to do if I drove it smoothly. Maybe with a lot of skill and a lot of patience, but I don't think the physics itself allows for the car to go that fast. Because again, you're on the limit of the tires, right? Because when you turn that much, the car's still going. It's still turning. It's not understeering. That's the key thing here. If you turn that much in every other game, in real life as well, arguably, I would assume, never driven this car, again, disclaimer, I've not driven any of these cars in real life. I don't know how they behave in real life, how they should behave in real life. But I'm guessing if I'm going 150 kilometers an hour and I turn the wheel like this, it's gonna go straight. I'm gonna meet God, right? It's not supposed to keep turning. There is a point where I turn beyond it and it does understeer and I have to lift the throttle and I have to modulate it a little bit. But this doing 150 makes no sense. No sense at all. Am I wrong or am I wrong? Or am I right? Makes no sense. You're not supposed to be turning 150 degrees. I mean, 180 degrees going 150 into a corner. Into a downhill corner over a crest, more or less. We would have easily been 3 to 4 seconds slower if I just drove it smoothly, and we would have been severely under the limit. And if you saw the tires as well just now, our front tires were completely cooked. Like the inside of our front tires, completely orange, completely cooked. Rear tires were still fine. Front tires were completely cooked. But again, I would suspect if you're qualifying, you would have to drive that way. If you're online, I would expect people to drive like that. Again, that's just how it is. If you're trying to be competitive, people are going to exploit what's available. Right now, this is what's available. This is what's fastest. It is absurd. It is a lot absurd. Let's be real. It is very absurd. Again, like I said, the 70 to 80% range feels fun, feels challenging, feels somewhat believable. I'm not going to say realistic because I don't know what these cars feel like. Somewhat believable, right? Somewhat believable. They feel somewhat authentic. They feel nice. But if you try to push it 90% to 100 beyond, that's the shadow realm. Right? That's the shadow realm. That's the shadow Jesus realm. You just, yeah, forces beyond our will. Forces that only Ian Bell himself. I don't know what kind of deal Ian Bell made with the devil to make that kind of grip possible, but I think he made it. That wasn't worth it. That bargain wasn't worth it. I hope he can get his soul back. Whatever he did, I hope he can get it back. Nah, this ain't right. This ain't right at all. Azib, I hope that satisfied you. Next up, Mav. All you. Let's try the GTE Dodge. Is this gonna be a Dodge Viper or is this gonna be a dodgy Viper? Let's find out. Oh, I sure hope it's a Dodge. I hope this isn't dodgy. Come on, please Dodge. I know you're a Dodge. Gotta go for the classic red with the 2 white stripes. Wait, what did I just do? Confirm that. The dodgy Viper. There we go. All right, what track? What track, my friend? It satisfied you? Yeah. Plus points. Car sounds good. Car looks good. Car looks adorable. Assist kinda works. Car's pretty good. Car has that nice challenge to it. But yeah, as I demonstrated in the last 2 laps there, driving on the limit is a joke. 70 to 80% is the sweet spot to make it feel believable. 70 to 90%, sorry. 70 to 90% is believable. 90 and above, yeah, 90 and above, you just have to abandon all sense of reality and drive the way the game wants you to. So yeah, the limit is a joke. The limit is a joke. The limit is a myth. No McLaren, no McLaren, no McLaren. There's no McLaren or Ferrari in the game, sadly. Very sad. Mav, you want to pick a track for us? What track shall we have a whirl in? We haven't tried Donington. We haven't tried Daytona. We haven't tried Summit Point. We haven't tried Taman Batu Limau, Lime Rock Park. We haven't tried the GP circuit. We haven't tried Interlagos. Murica. All right, let's go. You know what? Perfect track. Perfect track. And I think this would be the perfect time, summer, perfect time to try out the time of day, midnight, tire pre-warm. Ooh, there we go. I can't turn that on. Race. We haven't tested nighttime driving in this game. Again, let's just take it out for the default setup. No changes. It's at 3311. I'm going to give it a bit of alignment boost. I'm going to turn this down a little bit. Actually, no, keep it default. Keep it at default. Let's go. Oh, forgot to adjust the cockpit. 57, 47. Bring the tilt down. Bring it a bit up high. A bit, a little higher, a little lower. You know what? That's fine. Bring it back a little bit. A couple notches. There we go. That's decent. Aha, there we go. Again, the back buttons moved. Oh boy. Ooh, this car's got the rev lights on the steering wheel. That's actually very helpful. Sound test. Ooh, got the endurance lights on. Nighttime looks kinda nice, but the sky looks awfully bright, don't you think? It's still blue. It still looks like late evening, very early morning, not like midnight. Looks very, very bright. Oh, it looks like a heavily moonlit night. You know, this is what a heavily moonlit night looks like. Akil, welcome in. Ooh, yeah. The brake lights reflecting off that looks nice. Sounds good. Okay, first mistake right off the bat. First mistake. Daytona's pit limiter ends somewhere here. Right in front here. Y'all want to see where we pit limiter? Wait, this is not what I wanted. No, go back. Go back. No, what I do? No, game. Does it only still respond at 75% throttle like some people say? Not really that. Now, in this game, the speed limiter is at the very beginning, which is wrong. You're still supposed to be adhering to the limit all the way here. I don't think that's the issue with the throttle. Like, I'm still getting a bit of drive. I think it's the throttle linearity and saturation issue. We fixed it very, very early on, so the throttle isn't really the issue here. The real issue is the assist. The assists are what's holding us back. Now, I know I just said fully moonlit night, but if you look right there, right ahead of you, you can see the moon. Now, I don't know if that's the moon or the Death Star, but it's awfully huge and it's only half lit and it doesn't look very convincing. Is my lights on? Okay. Another small thing. Our lights are on. Alright, again, let me just show you real quick. Our lights are on, half of it at least. Where light? Where light? Where light? Where light? Where? Where light? Car no light. Car no see, car no eyeball, light no go. Where? Why? Why no light? Where light? Only if I turn on the endurance lights do we have light. Another minor bug, I suppose. Ooh, the curbs feel nice. Brrr, yep, there we go. We feel that. Pretty good. Is there wigglies? Oh, yep, a bit of wigglies. The track surface and the bumps feel good, I will say. Yeah, you feel all the bumps. It feels very nice. If I let go of the wheel just a little bit, it does vibrate, but not as harshly as it did before. Ooh, we've also got the new Daytona chicane. Love that. Love that. Love that it's the modern Daytona. Everything sounds very good. Sounds very, very good, I will say. Again, it's a common trend now that I think is to be expected. The old cars just in general feel far better than any of the modern cars. So this thing already feels much, 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 much better. I'm afraid we're still running into the same issue as the Gilly-Mobile. Yep. Only at full opposite lock do I feel like the tires are on the limit. Anything before that, I just don't feel like I'm at the limit at all, nor do I feel the force doing the feedback. Oh, this car doesn't have ABS either, I gotta be careful. It does have traction control. For this car, the traction control seems to be doing its job. All right. Remember the assist? Let's turn things down one by one. I guess we can keep auto blip on, right? Keep auto blip on. I'm gonna turn auto cut and trailing throttle to authentic. I have no idea what any of these do, but we're gonna turn it off, right? And see how it affects the car. So far, the driving in this feels good. The driving on this is convincing. If I hadn't driven one of these before, I would say, yeah, this feels legit. It'll be easy with the braking though. I am fully curbing that. It's not even a sausage, it's a cheese wedge. It's a cheese wedge curb. Sausage curb has a bit of roundness to it. That's a full-on cheese wedge curb. I'm fully riding that cheese wedge and I'm not flying into space. You know, I'm still gliding over it. So, a little too forgiving, perhaps? Too forgiving, maybe? Going out of the white line there is not a track limit. Remember the iRacing esports line? There we go. You kind of feel the limit on turn in, but as you're approaching the limit, mid-corner, it kind of fades away, like I said. This feels good so far. Yeah, I just don't like the fact that the lights are completely off, even though the lights are on, clearly. There are lights on this. But only the endurance lights seem to work. Oh, losing it through there. Oh, hang on. Remember this thing? Wait, where's the thing? Cockpit setup, camera movement, world motion. Hang on. I'm onto something. I think. Does it do what I think it do? Is it gonna tilt the car? Yes, it is. Okay, I was wrong. It still tilts the car. Oi! The Dodge Viper is a little dodgy. Slightly dodgy Viper. Kinda dodgy Viper. So again, I mean, y'all just have to go off my very subjective opinions in terms of the overall car field, right? Big disclaimer, right? My only experience is coming from every single other sim that exists. That's all the benchmark that I have. I've never driven a race car in real life, never driven any of these cars in real life. I don't know what they feel like. I don't know what they're supposed to feel like. I don't know. I'm gonna curb it. I felt like that should not have happened, right? You're not supposed to go over the cheese wedge that easily. Weird. Very weird. Oh my god, hang on. Do my eyes deceive me? Oh no. I thought they did. I thought they were onto something. But kinda. There we go. Again, in cars like this, the auto blip doesn't quite work. Going from third to second to get that rotation in gives you snap over steer rather than rotation. So it's technically rotation, but too much rotation, which is bad. Same thing here. If I go to second gear, even third gear, it's so twitchy. You guys remember the comment on the mini map where it was kind of rotating like a PowerPoint slideshow? Now it's sometimes on, sometimes off. Sometimes it's like a PowerPoint slideshow when it rotates. Sometimes, like now, it's smooth. So the frame rate of the minimap is still kind of all over the place. It's still a bit off. Yeah, when I do that, it's kind of smooth. But when I go to certain corners, it's not quite as smooth. Ooh, when you go right over the cheese wedge, you do feel it. But it feels a bit too forgiving, the suspension. I'm not sure you're supposed to be able to glide over the cheese wedge like that. That feels too forgiving. Far too forgiving. They really need to add a force feedback clipping meter, because right now, again, all your force feedback changes and setup is arbitrary. It makes you don't have a benchmark to refer against, because you don't even know if the force feedback that you have right now is within the operable range of your wheel. You don't know. So please, PMR, if you're listening, if you're here, by any miracle, Please add a FFP clipping meter. That's very, very important. See how much FFB the cars are actually using. Like if you have that FFB clipping meter, then you would be able to kind of fine-tune the FFB headroom and the peak FFB from there on a car-per-car basis a lot more effectively. You can have those limits set, and then you can mess around with the feel of the car. Right now we have no benchmark, we have no clue, we have no idea what to work upon. So we're all just ballparking, we're all guessing, oh, this feels nice, but we don't know if it's clipping, if it's under, if it's over. If we should be giving it a little bit more, a little bit less. We don't know. We don't know. Because the game's not telling us anything. But again, all things considered, even though I've not driven this car in real life, this feels good. Convincing. Good enough. Good enough. Still a bit sketchy. Should I try a fun joke lap by pushing the limits? Would that be possible? Can I do that? Oh, look at that. In this car, when I do that aggressive motion, the traction control kicks in and bogs it right down. Interesting. Ah, there we go. This might be the first car that the assists are actually kinda doing its job. When you're on the limit at least. You abuse it and it actually does snap on you. It doesn't save you completely, and it doesn't, crucially, it doesn't give you extra grip when you do that. And that's very, very important. So I give this car a B+. This car is good. This car is good. One of the better ones. The Gillette Vertigo we tried just now. Look at that Ferris wheel. Anyway, what was I saying? I got distracted by that pretty lights. The Gillette Vertigo we tried just now wasn't very convincing, I'd say. It felt okay. This car, on the other hand, does feel like I can still push it to 100%. It's challenging, but partially I think that's the point. This car is supposed to be challenging. It's supposed to be a bit vicious and brutal. It's supposed to be a viper, you know? Try to bite you when you try to push it a little too much, like the snake car that it is. It's supposed to be a little bit venomous, a little bit unpredictable. Never know when it's gonna strike. But so far, I'm able to keep it under control. Even with my somewhat sloppy driving. Let me turn down the TC a little bit. See how it feels. Turn the brake bias down a bit. There we go, less TC, so it slid a bit more lateral slide going on. Bit more sketchy on the exit. Not bad. Oh! My boot lid fell off. Also, that was the most underwhelming head-on collision ever. Ever. Right? In any game, you'd at least rebound and fly off. In this game, you just, like Hot Wheels, pluck, just, that's it. The sound was so disappointing. The sound is terribly disappointing. I don't think the car should still even have its face on it when I come in from 200 miles an hour into a dead stop. My car shouldn't even be able to turn on. They said damage is on. Can I still drive it? Yep, I still can drive it. There's nothing wrong with the steering. Nothing wrong with the steering. Nothing wrong. Yeah, there's... Oh boy. They need to really add some oomph to the crash physics, the crash sensation, and the crash sound. But they have to go about it very carefully, because I think in terms of the force feedback, I've read and seen a lot of reports that people are getting injured. Yeah. So on one end, it's breaking people's hands. On the other end, I can go into a head-on collision at 200 miles an hour and it just bounces off like a Hot Wheels car. So yeah, you know how usually it's yin and yang, it's one end or the other? This game somehow manages to be both extremes, both worst extremes, not in the middle, both worst extremes on the opposite ends of the spectrum. I don't know how they've done that, but they've done it. Kudos for that. But my God, game, you really got to work on that, please. That's a terrible experience. And yeah, whatever that happened just there, I think I just barely clipped the wall and my boot just came off. Feels like an arcade game in the malls. Yeah, like those bumper car games, isn't it? We've tried the Dodge Viper. Not very dodgy, the Viper. Let's try another Viper. See if this one's perhaps any more or less dodgy than the last one. Gotta try the Chrysler Mopar livery. I love this one. This is an icon. This is the 2000s Dodge Viper, isn't it? Yeah, the 2003. Ooh, this is a classic. This is a car of all time. I mean, all these cars in this class are just icons, man. The Saleen S7, MC12, the Lister Storm, Murcielago, Corvette, the OG Corvette that won Le Mans, the C6, the DBR9. These are all legends. Speaking of legends, come on. Come on. Come on. We've established this car is good. I hope all the other cars are as good as this. That is my hope. If they are, this will be a fantastic class. Right? But yeah, now that we've tried this, right? If all the other GTEs feel as convincing as this, I think the GTE class is also okay. I'll give it a pass. Like I said, B+, B+. Pretty good. GT3, GT4, it's a C. C minus, honestly. C minus. GT3 is the D. Hypercar is the F. Hypercars fail. Hypercars fail. I can't even pass hypercar, man. They're just not unacceptable. Alright, let's get the dodgy Viper. Let's try a different track. What is another track I haven't tried yet before? How about Summit Point? Good old Summit Point. Summit Point with the chicane and the other chicane, because why not? Yes. Taman Batu Limau, as they call it in Malaysia. Shall we give it a go at night time? Sure, why not? Why not? Why the heck not? Why does the graphics look good in the garage when we go out in the race? It's meh. Yeah. I mean, your own car model looks good. But if you look at it in the replay, I think that's where it looks really bad. I'm not even gonna go out of the car. It looks really dark out there. But I'm willing to bet my lights are in fact on. I'm willing to bet my lights are in fact on. Oh no, they're off. What happens if I turn it on? Oh, that's bright. Okay. On a car per car basis then. So this car technically does have endurance lights and normal lights, but it's a full on or off. Whereas the other Viper, that one has normal lights, which should have the yellow lights, and then it has the endurance lights. So this one you can't really choose. Again, I think it's a common trend with the night sky in this game. The night sky is... Okay, that moon is convincing now. It looks like a very moonlit sky. Even on stream, it looks very, very bright. Look how bright the night sky is. It's so bright.
All clear.
Right, default force feedback on this car, very dodgy. Oh, the Dodge Viper's dodgy on this. This is a dodgy Viper. Also, hang on, I haven't done a very important thing. Seat position, there we go. For field of view, 47, minus tilt. Up a little bit. Front a little bit. Back a little bit. Move to the back a little bit. There we go. Also, I don't like that they've animated the driver body. It's a bit frustrating because if you go to the extreme, right, I clip through the driver body, which shouldn't be a thing. If the slider goes up till here, I should be still able to see the outside without interruption. So they could not have just rendered that, saved a bit of, I don't know, CPU resource, I suppose. Could have just done that. Did it reset to the default? Of course it did. It reset to the default. 47, 0. Bring it up. Couple inches. Bring it front couple inches. We're good. The clouds look cartoony, Simpson style. They do. The clouds are very low res. I've also cranked everything up as high as they will go in the graphics. Yeah. Everything is at very high and ultra. Very, very high, very, very ultra. Will this actually change anything? I'm curious. Field of view. Okay, I'm just curious. I want to see what happens if I set this. Why are there two FOV sliders? If I go back. Okay, FOV is perfect now, but does this FOV do nothing then? What's this field of view for? It does nothing. Yeah, that FOV does nothing. What's this field of view for? What is this? What's this for? So honestly, I'm surprised. I'm surprised we're running very high ultra and we're still getting 60 FPS. Could be more, because in other games I easily get at least 90 to 100 on ultra settings, right? If I knock it down to high, I'll get consistent 120. In this, I don't. There should be an explanation on every setting when you have exactly, yeah, there should be a tooltip. You're right. There's another comment as well. Every setting that is complicated or just has an arbitrary number on it should have an explanation as to what it does. Sound test. Haven't done a sound test yet. How dodgy is the Viper? Ooh. That is crisp. This thing has a V10, does it not? Oh. You're right. I dislike this. I dislike this very much. It's max immersion, least utility. If you're actually gonna expect people to use this mid-race, I'm gonna die. Like, imagine I'm coming up to this hairpin, I'm braking on the inside, I'm trying to see if there's an overlap, I'm looking here, I'm braking. Oh no, what have I done? I've gone off. It takes 3 business days to look left and 3 business days to look right by the time I'm in the wall already. It makes no sense. It's bad. It is atrocious indeed. The best look animation is the look animation where they give you the choice. Some people like this, I'm sure. They are wrong. But, you know, some people don't. If you actually want to utilize it in a proper scenario in a race, just disable the animation. People just want to glance, look left, look right. We just want to peek, peek. That's it, quickly. Race room, iRacing, they get it right. Why can't this... Also, default FFB on this car feels very crunchy. Very crunchy. Now, I'll admit, I've never actually seen Lime Rock at night. Lime Rock at night actually looks pretty good. Bit of spotlights here and there. Feels more like a go-kart track, to be honest. Oh, no, this car's not very convincing. It might be the cold tires, Let's warm it up. Oh, forgot. Wrong track, wrong layout. Nope, you can't disable the look animation thing. I really hate that the mouse cursor is just omnipresent there. I don't know if it bothers y'all, but every time I'm looking at the road, I see the cursor there. It's so annoying. It's still there. It's in my peripheral vision. Minor irk, but you know, if you want to pride yourself on immersion, you got just get rid of the cursor. Make it reappear when you move the mouse. Why does it have to be always on? Okay, so you see, for this car has no ABS, no traction control. So when I give it a bit of throttle and the car snaps, it's believable because it's a powerful car that has no assist. So you have to really finesse it with your right foot. So I buy it. I can buy it. I can buy the challenge of this car. It's supposed to be a little bit challenging, and I have to master it, right? Can't just stamp it out of every single exit. I think we're getting into the temperature range. I don't know. I keep messing up the braking points. I don't know. End of the cone. I think Ian Bell loves looking at his mouse here. Probably. It's just a regular Windows 11 mouse cursor. Nothing. It hasn't changed since the 90s. The same old cursor. Yeah, so you see, for Lime Rock, for instance, turn 1, where you have to have a heavy, deep trail braking into the maximum rotation point of the corner, where you have to hold that minimal brake, where it's important that you do that to preserve the balance, right? You can't do that because the inputs doesn't read all the way. Again, let me double check, okay? I'm not insane. Throttle pedal dead zone, 0. Brake dead zone, 0, right? In the calibration menu, I can press that 5%, right? I can press 5%, right? This is 5%. See, I can have that fine control. You need this level of fine control. But in the game, you only get 10% or more. So that 0 to 10, you get no control in that 0 to 10 range. Same goes for the brake. So they really gotta fix that. They really gotta fix that. It's so important to make sure you're able to control all of the brake and all of the throttle if you want to be quick and if you want to be smooth. Oh, keep braking too late for that corner. This car in return does feel a little bit unconvincing, I would say. Force feedback is a bit floaty, it's a bit crunchy. There's a lot of friction in the middle of the rotation. I don't know if that's how it is. Yeah, honestly, you're right. Just to save some face, they should have just released this as early access. They probably would have been better off for it. Or at the very least, people would have been forgiving of its flaws, you know, of its flaws and quirks. Because this is a full game, it's a full $70 game. That's what bothers a lot of people, and myself included. I paid $70 for this. $70 ain't cheap. Oh, you gotta brake really early there. I keep thinking this is MX-5. This is not MX-5. The damage is terrible. The contact model is terrible. LMU was so bad during the early access and still bad now, but a lot of people love it, yeah. But at least LMU had none of the issues that this game have, you know? LMU doesn't have half the issues that this game has right now. At its core, the driving experience of LMU was fantastic. Right out of the box, it was a fantastic experience. Okay, brake early for the next corner. Sharp corner. Brake at 4. Not enough. I just want to make this corner once, please. Let me make the corner. I think I got a brake as soon as I straighten up the wheel there. Yeah. LMU's got the big stuff right, but the small stuff not yet. This game has the big stuff and the small stuff incomplete. It's a bit all over the place. So, long way to go. Again, how long did it take LMU to finally sort itself out? I mean, technically it hasn't yet, but you know. How long did the devs think they had till they called it version 1.0? I'm gonna say double it and give it to the next game, please. That's how long PMR is gonna have till it becomes a proper decent game. We gotta brake very early here. Yep, there we go. There we go. Yeah, hitting the curbs there feels convincing. Okay, let me try to do a proper clean lap here. I'm driving the car in a believable way, right? I'm not pushing the limit of the car as the game wants me to. I'm driving the car as if I would be driving it if I were driving it for real. Trying to respect the limits, trying to drive it in a reasonable manner, get it around the corners in a somewhat believable manner. Being gentle and smooth on the brakes, gentle and smooth on the throttle. But also trying to use the right racing line as well.
Car looks okay.
Oh, yep, nope, I binned it. Woo! What is with the bots, man? I think half a year till LMU was 90% there. So I think safe to say, let's come back for next year, Christmas next year. I think PMR will be ready. Yeah, that we can celebrate with friends and family. And on 2026 Christmas Eve, we will check out Project Motor Racing. That's it, guys. Good night. See you next Christmas. Oh boy. You know what? Okay, I want to drive a funny lap now where I abuse the tires. Let's do a funny lap. I'm not even braking there. I'm just turning. A bit of believable grip loss, but you know, still sector 1 was very quick, you know. I think force feedback is fine. Nothing too terrible, I guess. It's okay default. Minor tweaks. Not too concerned with it. Track is okay. But yeah, the underlying physics, same thing as well. 60 to 90%, it's okay when you're driving. But if you try to go beyond 90% on the limit, that's where you're driving against forces beyond the realm of at which the laws of physics govern. Yeah, Newton did not approve of the laws of physics that run in this game. He did not. Einstein would be rolling in his grave if he saw the kind of physics that are at work, the forces that are at work on the limit. It's wild. It's sad there are no upcoming racing sims. There doesn't need to be. There are enough. There's enough. We don't need another game. There's so many games, not enough time. Honestly, can people just stop making games at this point? Like, Rensport didn't have to exist. There's too many damn games, man. I'm sorry to say, there's too many damn games. F1 keeps churning out the same shite every single year. Rally's dead. The only good games worth looking forward to at this point is AC Evo and AC Rally. Honestly, that's it. That's it. iRacing is drip feeding us with minor improvements every season, which is good, I guess. Race Room also drip feeding us with some small improvements here and there. AMS2 is doing the same. LMU is doing the same. These are all good games, but we don't need any new games. There's no time to experience everything properly. ACC, I think the game is fine. Let it die. Let it die. It's lived. It was born. It grew. It became a bit of a, you know, a bratty teenager. It got mature. It now has wife and kids, lots of kids, and now it's an old man. Let it get old. Let it get its pension. Let it retire. It's fine. It's fine. You know, let it die. It has a good legacy. You know, it will pass on something that can be looked up to for the next generations. You know, it is a game of all time. Put it on Ultra and it looks phenomenal. Yeah, it is a fantastic looking game. We've tried the GT ago. We've tried GTE ago. We haven't tried GT1. Let's give this one a go. And of course, I mean, technically we tried the GT1. We tried the Panels. I do want to give the Porsche a go. It's time to Porsche it. Let's Porsche it. FOV 47 down the tilt. Bring it. Oh, hang on, that's a bit off. 56, 55. Hmm. Like, this is pretty narrow, you know? This is okay. Take this Porsche for a spin. Let's try Summit Point. Summit Point. Let's try evening. About deep in the evening. CLK. I just want to try this car because this car in particular is very brutal. I want to see if it is as brutal as it seems to be. We haven't tested rain. I forgot to test the rain out. Sound check. Very nice. Definitely a Porsche. Just roll.
Clear of the pits.
Oh, I am mistaken. This isn't Summit Point. This is Mid-Ohio. I have never driven around Mid-Ohio. Oh, there you go. Again, out of the box, force feedback feels very good. There is force, there is feedback. It feels very convincing, very good. Oh, you feel that the little turbo whine in the back there. It's very, very good. Yeah, it's honestly a mixed bag at this point. Some of the classes just feel significantly better than others. Some feel significantly worse than others. The quality of the sensation of driving in these cars is just vastly different. Oh, hang on. My car damaged? Slightly. No TC, no traction control. But this car is kind of handling very, very well. Better than I expected. I don't know why I expected this car to bite my head off. Oh, but this car feels very, very good. It's nice, it's heavy, it's raw. Even holding a very high brake threshold there. Yeah, you see how in this car, when I turned the limit there, there we go, I can hear the tires already. I'm not doing the opposite lock. But I reckon you can still do the funny with this. You can still kind of push the tires and get away with it. That's just an underlying physics thing. Wide. Tight. Very late apex there. Oh, this track is fun. Brake early. Very long left. Ooh! Yep, going flat out in second gear doesn't kill me. I think that's a bad thing. I can lock up the brakes, but The brake threshold is so forgiving. Like I can hold full brake pressure for so long. Oi! In this car in particular, there's a lot less wobbliness, right? So it feels very planted, very firm, very confident. Like the car is telling me exactly what it wants me to do. I'm just trying to listen to it. But in this case, perhaps too much grip, maybe? There we go. This feels like I'm on the limit. Tires are giving the sound. I'm turning in 90 degrees at most. Believable, believable, right? The second gear shouldn't feel that easy. It should try to snap on me. It's not snapping on me. Oh boy, there we go. Here's an observation I realized, right? When I lose control, the feeling of losing control itself is more terrifying than crashing. Does that make sense? Losing control is more vicious and violent on the force feedback than crashing. The contact itself doesn't do much, but when you lose control, when you fly off and there's a sudden shift from one side to another in the force feedback, that feels very violent, very aggressive, and just the way I want it to be. But when you crash, it's just Hot Wheels. I like this car a lot. I think we've tried 3 of the cars in this class so far. The GT ones, I give them an A. These are good. These are very good. Very convincing, very challenging, but also maybe a little bit too forgiving. They're not as brutal as they should be. I think this one strikes a good balance. The Dodge Viper, the GT class. They have the Lister Storm. I had to give that a go as well. They feel brutal. They feel a bit challenging. GTEs, I think, are okay, but could be a bit work. Forget about GT3. I'm not going to talk about that. Group C, the big one. Now I know everyone wants me to drive the Mazda, the Da, but I'm gonna give another one of these guys a go. You know, Nissan. How about Nissan? You know, the underdog. Give this big boy a go. You know, why not? Give him a go. Now these cars don't authentically run at any of these tracks, which is sad. Silverstone. Why not? Silverstone, let's make it sort of in the afternoon-ish. With tire warmers. With regards to the tires, I'll say, I guess it's also somewhat believable. It does take a bit of effort and a bit of patience to get the temperature into the tires. But you don't really notice the grip coming into the tires when you're in the temperature range anyway. Because again, the little HUD doesn't quite tell you what the temperature is, which is very disappointing. I think they should just tell you. Just be a bit more bold. Be a little brave. Just tell us what you want. Tell us what you like. Don't be afraid, car. Don't be afraid. Gonna move it. 48 was fine. Give this one a go. Again, I'm gonna keep it on the default force feedback without changing anything. Quick sound test. Ooh. That is a car.
Clear of the pits.
Oh, it's got that turbo brap brap. I like that. Okay, no TC, no ABS when I'm braking. There you go, 50%. I can hear the brake whine. Wheel feels nice and weighty. I like that. Oh yeah, very nice and weighty. But again, same problem as the hypercar. There's a bit of deadness in the middle and the peak of the 4-seat back range mid-corner. That AMS2 floatiness to it. There we go. So in the middle here, I'm guessing. I'm not at the limit, I'm guessing. And it's springing to the other side a bit too aggressively. Did I abuse the steering? Let's find out. This is a high-speed sector. Do I gotta abuse the steering here for this? Remember the last time we drove the MX-5s here? Ooh, yeah, that should be easy flat, but apparently not. So I think the force is good on this, the feedback is good on this. The wobbliness is kind of stopping it from being driven properly on the limit. And again, yes, there feels like there's a mismatch between the force, the sound, and what the car is actually doing. Yeah, you're not supposed to turn that much through there. Yeah, I'm not supposed to be able to hear the tires only after I've turned 180 degrees. That makes no sense. My inputs feel way too heavy. Also, to be fair, I think none of the tracks in this game are actually built for these cars, especially these Group C cars. I think they are the fastest class of car in the game, right? Look here, I'm hitting 280. I'm hitting almost 200 miles an hour on cops. That's like F1 speed. I don't think any other car goes that fast here. It's a little too fast. This car is definitely made for Le Mans. And they don't have Le Mans. Yep. It's a bit too fast for any of the technical circuits that GT touring cars usually drive on in this game. But Silverstone is as good as it gets. It's got a nice mix of medium, high speed, slow corners. Some nice fast flowing sections. Really get to test the downforce in action. Yeah, see that hesitation mid-corner there. So a bit of that, you know, even though the throttle blip assist is on, sometimes does its job, sometimes does it. So it's kind of, it's got mood swings. Sometimes it does its work. Okay, that this might just be I'm carrying too much speed issue. In a way, I think PMR as a foundation just executed very bad. Yeah, I agree with that as well. It does have the foundation of something special, but just executed pretty badly. What do you have my 4-seat back set at? Maximum 12 newtons in the software and in game, but in the car setup, I have no idea. I didn't check. I just left it at default. But we should be getting all 12 of it with a decent amount of headroom. I wouldn't know what the headroom is because it's just an arbitrary number in the options. It doesn't say as a percentage of what, so I have no clue. Also, because there is no force feedback clipping indicator anywhere in the game, I don't know if I am within the acceptable range for the FFB, so this is honestly very bad for us, for us who wants to figure out the force feedback as well, because we can't help people out. I can't tell, oh, this is good, this is bad, because I don't know myself. I don't know if the force feedback is good. It just feels nice. It feels believable. It feels decent. It feels like I can make some sense of it at least. It feels good for me. I don't know if it's going to feel good for you, and neither of us can tell if it's actually the right amount because we don't know. There's no FFB meter. There we go. I gotta really slow down for that corner, and then it kind of works. Even in this one, trail braking, forget about it. Non-existent. I'm trying to trail brake, but like I said, 0 to 10% doesn't exist. You can't trail brake from 0 to 10, which is so important, man. There we go. Like, you see, that felt like it made sense. You know, a bit of second gear exit. It's supposed to snap out on me. It's supposed to feel a little bit brutal. That felt like I was under the limit. I didn't feel the tires at all. Also, Mac the knife. Welcome in. We're just testing out the cars in the game. I think, you know what? We have tested out number 1 and number 3 a fair bit. The one thing we haven't gotten to is the rain. I say let's stay at Silverstone, but let's turn on the waterworks, shall we? However, I'm gonna use a much slower car to test this out. And by a much slower car, I mean MX-5. This car is good. This car is very convincing. Nice. Still a bit on the limit. I think I'm running into the same issues as well. 90 to 100% on the limit. I just couldn't figure it out. But yeah, this class I would say convincing. Pretty good. Decent. We'll try the LMPs later. But now let's go to... Where's my MX-5? Where's my Miot? Give me my Miot. My Miot. Give me my Miot. Let's go. Track condition. Let's go with pristine. You know what? No, let's go with heavily rubbered. Right? Heavily rubbered. Just so I can see what it's like. Weather. Rainfall. So what do we got? Random, average, hot, cold, light rain, rainfall. Let's go rainfall in winter. Weather deviation off, time progression 1. So this is the heaviest rain we can get, supposedly. Heavily rubbered. What I want to see is if there is a deviation between the dry line and the wet line in this situation here. No worries, Nat, no worries. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing good, Nat. Hope you're doing good. Are we on wet tires? I think that's very important. Auto, wet, all right. I'm going to leave the FFB at default again. Give it a bit of alignment boost. Keep the strength at 1. Keep that all as it is. Oh, I think I hit the wrong thing. Ooh. Okay, rainfall sound good. Sound pretty good. I thought I adjusted the seat position. It's a bit too high. Yeah, something's off with the fob here. Hmm. Is it actually 36? Is 36 actually the correct FFB? Because this feels right. This feels believable, if I'm being honest. This feels like how I set it up in iRacing, if I'm being completely honest. Let's give this a go. Oh yeah, this definitely feels believable. This is exactly how I have it in iRacing. So it is vertical FOV then. Looks like I gotta turn my wipers on. Okay. Okay, so far it's a bit weird, but I like that. I like that it wipes and then it falls more again. You can't adjust the speed of it. You can only adjust if it's on or off. Okay, that's... They should probably change that. But as of now, when it's static, you got the droplets falling down. When you turn it on, you got it going off and coming on again. All right, that's decent. That's nice. That's pretty good. Scrambling to increase sales and change strat. Government decided a wage increase is in order and I have to change my pricing for that. I see. Your pricing for what? The kart coaching? Is that it? What's it like on the outside though? On the outside, it looks terrible. On the outside, if you look at that, again, PMR physics doing what PMR physics do. If you notice the bonnet very carefully, you might see the water droplets are going in the opposite direction of gravity. Yes. I think the droplets are going as if the car's moving. They're going against the body, but statically, that's not what they're supposed to do. Oh boy. Oh, they messed up on that. Yeah, even on the boot lid, you can see the droplets just kind of falling backward. That's so weird. Yay, game. You are funny. Let's get out of here. For the family business, okay.
Clear of pit lane.
Okay, this is our first wet driving experience. From my previous experience driving this car had a severe case of opposite lock to turn. I think this car is just not very well optimized. So let's see if PMR's true to track physics system actually is worth its salt, worth its weight in gold. I am butchering these idioms, I am so sorry. But at a first glance, there seems to be puddles here and there. Do they affect the driving though? I'm trying to hit the puddle there. I don't think they do. The puddles might be purely cosmetic. Okay, there is a rubber line. There is a rubber line on the racing line. If I try to hit that puddle, I'm not feeling the car aquaplaning or anything like that. In fact, I'm not feeling much of anything, to be honest. It just feels like I'm driving the car on the dry track, but a bit slower. Force feedback feels very, very numb. This might be one of the lesser implementations of the FFB. Also, you don't really see the rubbered line in there. Is that because there's no one else on the track? Does the rubbered line only exist if you've actually driven on it? I don't know. But that is a question that needs asking. If I've enabled the rubbered line in the settings by default, there should be a rubbered line already in place so that I can test it out. Right now, there seems to be no difference. I'm driving on the rubbered line, no issue. I'm not like sliding out of control completely. I'm trying to hit those puddles on the side there. Right now, I can't really tell any aquaplaning effect. There's no aquaplaning effect. There's no... The puddle isn't pulling the wheel to one side when I hit it. There's no splash effect. There's nothing. There's no feedback when you hit those wet spots. No change in grip either. Look at that. I'm on the painted line. I'm on it. I'm on it. I'm on that puddle. There's no feedback whatsoever. A big puddle on the inside there. Nothing. Ooh, not very promising game. Marbles on the middle of the track. Yeah, I'm sure that's convincing. Let me try to deliberately drive off the racing line. See if it's any better. So far, it just feels like same thing but slower. Dry driving but slower. The only positive thing I can say about the MX-5 is that the ABS is implemented somewhat realistically. You can't just mash the brakes and hope it'll slow down. You actually have to find that peak threshold and then trail brake very smoothly. But the rotation on the limit also feels very off. It feels like it has a bit too much grip, even on the wet, surprisingly. Not a very good first impression of the range so far. There's some big puddles there I'm going through, but no, there's nothing. No feeling whatsoever as I go through the puddles. How about curbs? Do the curbs feel more or less slippery? The curbs are slippery in the dry. They are, to an extent. But in here, they just feel... They should feel a lot less slippery in the wet, but they feel just a normal amount of slippery. So that is also a little bit misleading as well. You don't get that, oh, I need to keep my wheels on the tarmac to have any kind of grip at all. It's just off. Rain driving shouldn't be this relaxing, and I'm trying to push it. I really am. I'm trying to push it, but this car has no traction control, and I'm just kind of sliding it and then catching it with ease. The wet spots aren't catching me out. I'm not having to dance in the rain.
If the car's unloading off the corner, you can go down on the rear rebound and that might fix your problem.
There we go, just drifting through turn one there. That is... I'm sure that's realistic somehow. Oh, there we go. Our first wet moment that kind of felt reasonable. That was a slide, but I had no sense that that was coming at all. I had no idea that was coming. Do I have damage? No, we're good. Oh, the god-awful camera. Why does it rotate so long? There also doesn't seem to be any dry line forming. One thing we gotta test though is... Okay, you know what? I'm not impressed. I mean, look at this here. Just pause, right? Clearly there is some proper puddle formation, but it's just It seems just purely visual. Yeah, you're hitting these puddles. You're supposed to feel like some kind of micro splash. You feel nothing. Even going through the puddles, you feel nothing. Like going through there, it should send you off right away. You're supposed to kind of understeer when you hit a patch like that, but you're not. You just kind of you keep gripping, you keep going. I'm afraid I don't think I even need to test this any further, to be honest. The rubber line is on. The rubbered in line is on. The rubbered line is on. But it doesn't make a difference, if I'm being honest. Yeah, huge wet patch here in the middle. Nothing. I only feel something if I go to the grass and completely go off there. Yeah, that makes sense. If I go on the grass, yeah, I do lose all the grip. You're supposed to. But otherwise, nah, that feels very unconvincing. Is there a way? I want to set it up transitioning from dry to wet. Can I do that? How do I do that? Can I do that? Keep it heavily rubbered. Or, no, let's turn it off. Pristine, right? Pristine. Let's have it at rainfall. Weather deviation high. Weather slot duration. Weather slot duration. Huh. Interesting that you'd say that. Weather slot duration. So you're saying there is slots in the weather, but you can't choose what happens. So that is very, very weird. Very, very weird. So now again, we can't set it to be from rainfall to dry. You can just set it, you can only start the starting condition and hope it goes off later. I've accelerated the time by 5 times just to really accelerate to see what happens, right? Let's stick it on Silverstone. See what happens. So make it daytime a little bit. Hi Steve, welcome in. Thank you. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you very much. It was huge. I had the thing right here. Look at that. So I'm hoping that the rain actually does its thing. Give it a bit of alignment boost. Decrease the mid, increase the high. Decrease the damping and stiffness. I don't know if that does anything. Has the game improved? Slightly. Slightly. Very, very slightly, but not in the right ways. It's okay, dude. I'm manifesting. I'm manifesting. New mantra. New mantra. This is our mantra, of course. We either become a racing driver or die trying. New mantra. We've done the virtual Sepang 1000 kilometers this year. Next year, we do the real Sepang 1000 kilometers. That's the goal. I have 12 months. That's enough time for me to try to save up, get some budget going, try to talk to some people, see if I can get any opportunities in, see what I need. I get a few track days in. Also, I don't know if you all noticed, right? Quick pause, quick side tangent, very quick side tangent. You might have noticed something in the back. Get my foot out. Yeah, I gotta get my foot in first. My foot is broken right now. I've been driving all night with my broken foot. Ouch, it hurts. Ow, it hurts. Oh, that hurts so much. Ooh, my foot. My foot has been doing this all night. Now I'm trying to relax it and it hurts. Oh. basically my ankle on my right foot is twice the size of my ankle on my left foot. So yeah, I did a big tripsy oopsie daisy on the stairs coming back from Sepang a couple nights ago. The danger is afoot. Yep. Oh boy, that hurts. Let me just relax my foot. Anyway. So not only did we get this thing, we also got this. We got money, baby, big money. We got money. We got money, Arthur. We got some money, Arthur. But we're splitting it between the team. But simply put, our investment basically tripled from the registration to join this thing. So that's awesome. That's awesome. I'm going to keep that there. This is going to go up next to the Toyota one. But also, we thought that was it. We thought, okay, we got the money, we got the thing, we got to stand on the actual podium where the real racing drivers stand. Where Schumacher, Mika Häkkinen, Senna, Massa stood, we stood there. We took a picture on the top of the podium on the real track. It was cool, heckin' amazing. It was an experience of all time. And then we went on the back and I'm like, oh, and another thing, by the way, you also win a wheel. We won a wheel. Not just one wheel. There's 3 more. We won and wheels. Racing wheels. And these things are light, man. These are so light. They're heckin' amazing. And they're slick. Look at that. Look how slick that is. Look at the slickness of this thing. We got a wheel. Not this wheel, but wheel. Yeah, we got a set of wheels. We each got a set of wheels. And I'm like, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna save some money to buy some semi-slick tires, slap them on this bad boy, and I'm gonna use these as my track day tires for Gloria, which is my car, my daily driver car. Hell yeah. Oh boy. It's a reality. It's so cool. I got 3 more of these in the box back there. Semi-slicks might damage my bushings. Really? So what do? Do I just put normal tires on this, normal comfort tires? Do I go full slick? Full slick. Anyway, it is 15-inch, so it is a bit smaller than the ones I am running right now. The offset also isn't great. It's a 35 offset. There's a lot of numbers which I'm not familiar with. I have to go and check to see if it's compatible with my car or if it's even actually good for racing, actually, because I think a bigger rim. Right now, I'm running 17 inches. Wait, no, I think I'm running 16 inches in my car currently. I'm running Rays. I think those are Rays wheels. Those are good. These are 15. They're a bit smaller, which means the tire wall will be a bit fatter, which is suboptimal for racing. I think. I don't know. I think. Gives it a bit more wobble there. GT Radial SX2, pretty good. Now I'm gonna find the cheapest pair of Michelin's Pilot Sport Cup 2s I can slap on this bad boy. But anyway, until I have the money to do that, this is gonna be background decoration in the stream. It's gonna be there. It's just gonna be chilling there, you know, looking all nice, looking all shiny. Shout out to Space Wheels. I think it's a local OEM manufacturer. Very cool. They make some decent wheels. Turns out they do specialize in track wheels, so I don't know if this is one of them, but you know, it's light. It's very lightweight. So I reckon this is a performance wheel. It's very, very nice. 2 sticky tires will put heavier wear on the suspension components and pull a lot more lateral Gs. Is there a model on it? Not on this, but there is on the box. I'll check it and I'll let you know later. We can have this discussion separately on the Discord, yeah? I see, that makes sense. I had a few people warning me as well. Don't put slicks on it, you know? But also, I want it to be a performance set. I don't want to use my comfort tires on the track. After I'm done thrashing it, the tires will be gone. Oh boy. Yeah, so cool. The surprises with this. It's good, man. It's good. I'm very, very happy with it. Alternate plan is I might change these to be my daily driver and then use the ones I have now as my performance wheels, because the ones I have now are like, they look proper, raised performance 16-inch wheels. These are 15 inches, so I don't know about that. We'll see. Baby, love do. If you slick that, I'm gonna have a bad time. Really? I'm gonna have a bad time? Me? Have a bad time? It won't happen immediately. If I slick the 16 inches, hang on a minute. Yabba-dabba-doo. It will wear out a lot of parts, you say. Interesting. Yeah, I do get a feeling that might happen as well. Ooh, LMU just released a community update. I don't know what it is. I don't know who it is. I don't know why it is, but they're probably saying, "Yeah, we suck. We're gonna keep sucking until you suck it up, and because you gave us your money, so suck it up." Too bad, I guess. We're not gonna fix the game. We're not gonna fix the game, guys. Best sport compound is the GT Radial Champero SX2 without damaging. So you're saying going full semi-slick is bad? So if I were to go semi-slick, I would also have to rework the entire suspension, right? And then I also have to do the brakes. Basically, I have to do a little bit of everything if I want. If I change one thing, I have to change everything. It's one of those things, right? Anyway, more drive. So let's see if in this situation,
Hammer down now.
I just want to see the track dry up. And I hope we can start to see some dry lines forming, because as of now, the wet driving feels very, very disappointing. It feels very ACC. Heck no, it's worse than ACC. Even at least ACC had puddles in it. I would say this wet driving is more akin to LMU. Just drive the normal racing line, but slower. Rubber line doesn't do anything. Wet line doesn't do anything. Puddles don't do anything. Curbs don't feel like they're supposed to be as slippery as they should be. Doesn't feel like anything at all. Yeah, I can drive the normal racing line, but a bit slower, and it's still gripping. Also, is it the weather or is my graphics card just not rendering the track? What is going on? Where's the track? I can't see. I'm driving blind. I'm driving actually blind here. It wasn't like this before. Just now we were driving at like 1 p.m, middle of the day, heavy rain. So it was too bright. Now it's too dark. Hang on. I think the rain has stopped. Has it? Nope, still raining. According to this, it's still raining, but if I look outside, it's not raining. The sun is out. Okay, so one of y'all is lying. It doesn't look like it's raining outside, but according to the droplets, it's still raining. Okay, so we should start to see the track dry up. I can see clearly. No, I can see clearly now the rain has gone. That is a goated song, man. Goated song. The Grand. No one does it better than the Grand Tour. The three wise men. No one does it better than them. I miss the guys, man. I miss those three. Okay, now it's too bright. Now it's too bright. Now I can see too much, too bright. Where's the road? Same problem. One, too dark, can't see anything. Now, too bright, still can't see anything. Where's the road? The sun is shining. Again, I don't think it's raining. It's not raining. It isn't, right? Not that I can immediately tell at least. But if we pop in the windshield, it is very wet. It's not raining. It is not raining. One way to know for sure, if I can find a puddle real quick. If I can just find a puddle real quick. Okay, there's a puddle. Oh no, it's still raining. It's still raining. Okay, it's still raining. Okay, they gotta do better on the rain graphics because it looks like it's not raining. So it is still raining. But when you're going at speed, you can't really tell. Unless the light is hitting just right. There we go. Okay, so it is still raining. I was hoping that we could get a drying track. I wanted the track to dry out, so we could see that dynamic track evolution, that so-called true to track nonsense. My wheel is a Monza model by Space Wheels. Oh, is it good? Nat, before you go, hang on. I need some law. I need some law about my wheels. I need the wheel law. I know nothing about my wheel. All I know is it looks cool. It looks cool. That's all I know. That's all I know. We are progressing the time. We have turned the variability on. The rain is supposed to last 5 minutes. It is supposed to be more than 5 minutes. We're still here. Rain hasn't gone. It clearly is still raining. Oh, look at that. Aha, I think what we just witnessed is a Project Motor Racing trademark time of day change. Right, I've been seeing and hearing a lot about that the time of day transitions are very, very janky in this game. And I think we just had a first-hand view of that. It just went from like a really clear sky to like a cloudy sky all of a sudden. Yeah, very, very janky. It was very, very abrupt. Just happened out of nowhere. You know what this feels like? Driving this in the dry feels like the MX-5 on iRacing. Driving this in the wet feels like driving the MX-5 on iRacing in the dry, where I'm always on that slip angle. Oh, there we go. We're in that low visibility, cloudy sky yet again. Yeah, so the way this car handles in the wet is how I would also kind of expect it to behave in the dry. Maybe it's a tire model issue thing. But honestly, this car is so much more fun to drive in the wet than in the dry. I would say it's a bit more believable. Again, we're back to where am I going? I have no idea. Just gotta turn and hope the corner's there. Okay, yep. Just turn, hope the corner's there. Hope I'm making it, Yep, made it, barely. Where's the next corner? I don't know. I'm blind, I can't see. Where's the corner? First part of Maggots and Beckets. Just slow down there. I can't see a thing. Yeah, the curbs don't do anything. The curbs doesn't feel that much less slippery than the tarmac itself. Oh boy, they really oversold this, I will say. They fooled me. They fooled me. They fooled everyone. True to track physics system is a lie. For the most part, from what I can tell at least, it is a lie. Big fat lie. There's nothing. I sense nothing. You know how in two of the best rain driving systems I've seen in sim racing, which are in iRacing and Gran Turismo 7, the moment you drive in the rain in those sims, in those games, you immediately can tell this is not like driving on the dry. You can immediately tell where it's safe to drive, where it's not safe to drive, where there is grip, where there isn't grip. There is a dynamic changing track in these games, in these sims. But there isn't one in this. This just feels like LMU. Just drive around the track like you normally would. Maybe avoid the curb a little bit and drive a little bit slower. Car's gonna be a little bit more slippery, and that's about it. You're not really getting anything else, which is a really, really big disappointment. For all the things that could have been great about this, one thing that really could have made this even better was the weather, the dynamic weather. The evolution of the dynamic weather on the track as it dries and gets wet again. But two problems with that. We can't quite test it reliably because A, there is no means to actually set it up in game so that we can actually have it so that it's something like that. We can have it at light rain, we can have the weather deviation be high, but I don't think that does anything really. Ooh, times 60. Why not? Let's try a little faster car. Let's try. Where's the Porsche Cup? Let's try the Porsche Cup. Give the Porsche Cup a go. Do they have the OG silver livery? I want that one. So, light rain, high. Let's keep it at Silverstone. I wanted to adjust the... Let me see if I put it at 36 like I should. Actually gets the job done. Oh, hang on, it kind of does. Okay. Okay, hang on. 36 actually feels realistic. Okay, I think it's 36 that we're looking for. 36 is the sweet number. And then I can sort of adjust the front and back a little bit. And the height a little bit in either direction. Okay. This makes sense. This makes sense. Okay. Okay, I've been having it wrong the entire time. There we go. Because two cars that I know what the natural FOV is like, because I've said it in every game, especially iRacing, Porsche and MX-5. So I know exactly where the A-pillar, how big the dash is at the Porsche. It's exactly that big. So now that I've had... So we know that it is... The FOV slider is using the vertical FOV. If you use an FOV calculator, you'll get two values. One is a horizontal FOV, and another is a vertical FOV. This is the vertical FOV. So I know my vertical FOV is 36 for all sims. For sims that utilize vertical FOV. For games that use horizontal FOV, it is 70 degrees of FOV. So we know it's 36, so I just have to reset every single car to 36 then. How's the handling of the GT3 cars now? Ooh. Ooh. You know what? You know what? I was gonna try Porsche Cup, but let's find out. Let's find out. Let's hop on the Mercedes GT3. Or should I try something else? We've tried the Mercedes already. Porsche? There are true Aston Martins though. I wonder why. There's an old one, there's a new one. Porsche, why not? I like a Porsche. Porsche's gonna Porsche. Okay, this is gonna be a bit weird. Let's try it in the rain first and then try it in the dry. See if it's better. If I have a better time in the rain, can you imagine? Oh boy. Nah, I wanted to give the Porsche a go. I like the Porsche. Appreciate the follow, Oliver. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm gonna leave at default. Give it a little bit of alignment boost, that's all. Nothing else. Tires should be at wet. Yep, there we go. And we're gonna jump in. Oh, I forgot to change the... forgot. I forgot. Tilt minus 236. There we go. That feels very reasonable. There we go. Let's move back a little bit. Yes. There we go. Very nice. There we go. 36 degrees is the right FOV in this game. Yeah, there we go. That's nice. I like how the brake lights are already flashing even though I'm standing still. Love that. Wipers on. Oh, look at the clouds. Look at the sky. What is happening to the sky? Feels like I'm in a Christopher Nolan movie. What is happening to the sky? Time 60 is too fast. Stop time. Can someone slow down the time, please? What is happening out there? Oh, oh, the sky looks terrible. Oh, it's daytime now. Oh, look at the sun's out. What is happening? Oh, it's heavy raining. Oh, the sun's back out. What is going on? What is going on with the sky? Was time 60 a bad idea? Oh, it's dark now. Hang on. Does the time just accelerate the weather, but not the time of day? Does the time accelerate the weather, but not the time of day? It still looks like the afternoon. It doesn't seem like the time machine. Let's give it a bit of a go. Let's give it a bit of a go. Oliver, you're wanting to take the game, want to see how the handling G3 is? All right, we will test it out then. Let's give it a bit of a whirl in the wet and a bit of the whirl in the dry. What we are doing here was we were trying to get the track to change the weather. So we're trying to go from a wet to a dry, and I want to see how the track develops, the so-called true to track system, right? But we've discovered that's a big fat lie. So don't get your hopes up on that. It's just wet or dry, or at least for now in the single player, there's no way to manually set up a dry to wet or wet to dry transition. It's just kind of random. That's kind of why I set it up to time 60 to see if the moisture would change. I'm trying to drive, but that sky is so distracting. It's so distracting. Also, a few first impressions here. Look at the cloud shadows on the track. The cloud shadows is like, it's moving so quickly. Who sped up the Earth's rotation? We should have nuked the moon. This is what happens. The Earth is rotating 60 times as fast. It's still wet. The track is still wet. I'm going so fast, the spray can't even keep up. The spray graphics can't even keep up. Yeah, I'm getting the same LMU vibe from this. It's just... there's no real differentiator from the wet or the dry. It's just drive the racing line, but slow. I don't sense any difference in the dry line or the wet line. There's no difference. Zeus, stop it! Oh my god, the time of day change is so jarring, man. So jarring. Yeah, it's honestly just drive the same track but slower. Same thing but slower, that's all it is. Yeah, honestly, I'm not impressed at all with the wet. Also, if the time were in fact progressing by 60 times quicker, It should have been nighttime already, but it's not. So I think it's right. The multiplier only accelerates the speed of the weather, but not the time of day. I think I've seen enough. That convinced me all it did. The wet driving is it's not great, it's not fantastic either. It's just like LMU. It's just drive the normal line, racing line, but slower. Okay, let's turn it off. Make it soft, make it dry. Make it average. Weather deviation, time progression, times two. No, a little good. Give it a bit of a medium weather deviation. Weather slot duration. I have no idea what this does. No clue. Put it on spring. Let's try to go 9 a.m. Why not? All right, let's see. Dry driving. Is the GT3 physics improved, or is it still an absolute mess? All I did just now was I increased the alignment boost by 2 and left everything at default. In the wet, the car felt decent, which is a promising thing to say the least. Yeah, it's got a bit of that, you know, rolling friction. Okay, promising thing number one. It's still got the wobbly wigglies, but you know, a little bit of wiggly is granted, I guess. Just try to push, see what I can do here. Our tires are already warm, so I can just start pushing already. There we go. This is more like it. The FOV feels a lot more what I'm used to. I was driving in the wrong FOV the whole time. That's not right. That's not right at all. Let's give it a lap. Let's give it a lap. I wonder if I'll get day and night shifting today. Yeah, exactly. But honestly, times 60 is honestly too much. Oh boy, that's not supposed to happen either. I'm gonna say skill issue for now. Maybe it's just me. But hang on, overall car driving, right? The force feedback itself is convincing. The force feedback, there's no more AMS2 type wobble in the middle. No, it feels solid. If you just hold the wheel, it's okay. If you let it go, yes, it kind of wiggles all over the place. But if you just kind of hold it normally without much force, but the grip change is a bit... Yeah, it's too eager to rotate this. Then again, it is a Porsche. Aren't Porsche supposed to do the opposite? Is there damage? I don't think we got any damage. We turned on damage, yes. Yeah, that's not supposed to happen there. Do we have damage? I don't think we do. Nope, no damage. But don't worry about damage. Damage is a myth. The damage is just implemented so poorly. You won't have to worry about it. So again, there is yet another mismatch. So in this car at least... So okay, one thing I will say now, in the GT3s, I give it the realistic amount of steering angle that I would in any other sim. So I'm not abusing the front tires, and the car's turning, and we are hitting that limit. So yeah, I'm turning very, very slightly through there, and I'm still making the corner. And if I try to turn too much, I'm going over the limit as that. Okay, that was partially skill issue, partially something's wrong with the tires, man. Let me try turning up the TC a little bit. Put it up to 8 maybe. Put the ABS down. Yeah, the car's just too eager to slide every single time. Again, I also partially blame the inability to trail brake. Yeah. I'm trail braking from 30% down to 0, but it's really 30% down to 10. 10 and then 0, because I can't go from 10 to 0. It doesn't exist. Okay, so this steering angle to that corner, realistic, believable. So I'm not doing the thing where I do that. Even though, yep, I've got more grip. Of course I have more grip if I do that. Of course I grip more if I do that. What if I just send it? Yeah. There is grip. There is grip. There's definitely grip. You know what? May just be the Porsche. May just be the Porsche. Again, I still hammer down that same thing. Anything under 90%, if you're driving under 90% of the limit, it's fine. It's believable. It's got a decent amount of challenge. And it is somewhat convincing. But if you try to push it, if you try to drive on the limit between 90 to 100, it just smacks you around. It just smacks you around. Honestly, I'm gonna do the same test that James Baldwin did with the BMW at Spa. Let's see what it feels like here. Let's see. Give it on spring. Let's give it the heavily rubbered track. I'm not sure that's gonna do anything. Honestly, doesn't feel like it. Yeah. I'm gonna turn on heavily rubbered and let's see if we can actually see the rubbered line. I don't think we did. I don't think I've ever did. We've turned it on the entire time actually. I've not been able to see a single thing. I'm gonna leave it at default for now. I'm gonna keep that alignment boost at 0. Stiffness is at 7. Huh, that is strange. Stiffness is at 7. The physics have gotten better, but not perfect. Absolutely. They have improved slightly. But again, there's a lot of work to be done with this game. Right? I think there is a bit of a core fundamental to it now, which is better than before, better than nothing. But I still think it's far from acceptable as a complete whole product. I think it's got a long way to go. Move back a little bit. There we go. That's perfect, I would say. So 36 degrees of FOV. That is where I should be setting it up as. Let's get out. There we go. Just nice. Just perfect.
All clear.
Oh, the wheel feels so stiff. So stiff. Okay, you know what? You know what? Hang on. Compared to my first try, I'm not having to force the steering. I can, but I don't have to. I'm not sure about the braking though. I don't know if I can still... Let's give it a go. Hang on. What happens if I hit the brakes all the way? If I abuse the brakes, I can feel that ABS triggering, which is how it's supposed to be. There we go. I want to get that 5% brake through there, through no name. I can't. It's 10% or more. There we go. This is the perfectly reasonable steering angle. Very realistic. I'm turning and the car's going. Okay, you know what? This at Spa, very good. Way better than when I first tried this. Way better. Night and day. No longer is it aggressively wobbly like AMS2 or when I first gave it a try. But it is hands down a much better improvement from when we first started. Turn the TC down a bit, ABS down a click. Oh boy. Bad idea, I'll put the TC back up. My bad. Let's see how fast I can go. If I can do a sub 18, that'll be good. That'll be a good reference point. Flat out through Eau Rouge, flat out through Ready on. There we go. There we go. So they kind of fixed the steering ratios. It feels believable. But still, you can still abuse the grip. I'm not hearing the tire at all. I am not hearing the tire at all. Yeah, can't do that thing where I ride on the curb. That curb is kind of textured. You can't brake on the curb there anymore. Yeah, too much braking there. So while this is still off, it's still very off in a lot of ways. It's a huge improvement nonetheless. It's a big step in the right direction. And honestly, I would say this is good. This is good enough. It's passable. I would give this a B+, honestly. I know I initially gave the GT3s a D-, but now they're up to a B+. They're very good now. As for the Porsche just now, I think that's a skill issue. I just don't know how to handle the balance of a rear engine car. But as for this one, this is very convincing. Planted. I'm using the same references as I would in any other sim. I'm driving the same line as I would in any other sim. Probably, I don't know to what extent this is helping me out. You can see 2 grooved lines on the road, which I believe are the rubber line. The rubber line might be doing most of the heavy lifting here. The rubber line might be doing most of the heavy lifting. We don't know. .221, that is bad. That's bad. James Baldwin did a 218. Let's try to match that. Game ni bagus ke? Boleh lah. Boleh. It's convincing, but not quite there yet. But compared to the day 1 patch, much better. The GT3 is already huge improvement. They are drivable on the limit to an extent. There we go. I'm just using my same kind of inputs, the same kind of lines as I would in any other sim. They are kind of working, except there. Yeah, that was skill issue, I'll admit. Did I join the Porsche? Yes. Tahun ni aku dah masuk Porsche Esport. I did join the Porsche Esport this year. I just barely missed out on the grand finals because the semi-final was on Shanghai on the time trial, and I suck at Shanghai and I fumbled it very hard. There we go. See, that behaves reasonably. So right off the bat, default FFB. FFB is a massive improvement. The overall physics is a massive improvement. Let me try to push as best as I can with this car in this track state. Let me just try to do as best as I can. $219. Yes, we're close. I'm only half a second off James Baldwin's time. Come on, let's go. Push, 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 push. That was sloppy. So bad. Come on. Yeah, I know I can gain half a second if I get Bruxelles a bit cleaner. There we go, there we go. Come on. Oh, you were also eliminated at Shanghai? Were you, which category were you in? Were you in the junior or the normal grown-up category? Okay, gentle through here. Yeah, look at that. That micro trail braking input is so important for these two corners, but you just can't. You just can't trail brake in there. Because below 10%, it just turns off. Oh, it's going. It's going. Oh, yeah, I bent it. I bent it bad. I bent it real bad. You know what? Good start. Good start. 219. 219.2. Good start. Good start. Do we have damage though? A bit of damage. The car's fine, I'm sure. We're fine. Let's keep going. But so far, a huge improvement already. Very convincing. This game behaves like the K car I drove for 24 hours. Also, Youngjit, what happened for the K car, man? What did you finish in? I didn't get to ask you. Okay, we're gonna do something funny now. We're gonna do the funny lap. Now that we're done with the realistic lap, now we do the funny lap. Funny lap time. Ah, you're the under 18, the junior, young dreamers, all right. Okay, funny lap time. A little slow in turn 1, but never mind. I think not affecting the aero too much. Is the wheel okay?
Come into wet tires.
My boy just said range is getting strong. Box for wet tires. Oh no, it's raining. It's raining. It's actually raining. It's raining. Oh, so that's what it does. I turned on the weather variability to medium. Okay. It grips. Makes no sense, man. So again, like I said, up to 90%, it's believable. But then if you push it, it breaks all the laws of physics. It makes no sense. What is this, man? What is this? Come on. I'm not even understeering. It's just turning even more. The more I turn, the more it turns. That's not how it's supposed to work. That's just not how it's supposed to work. This is not how any of this is supposed to work. Oh boy. I'ma call it right now. I'ma say this right now, right? If this game has an esports mode of any kind, we're gonna see a very huge discrepancy between the top drivers and the rest of the field. Because if the physics stays the way it is right now,
Remember the limiter.
the top drivers are going to be doing this shit while the rest of us are going to be driving like normal people. It's just it's just insane, dude. Great parking. Yeah, everything else wasn't great though. Let's turn off the weather. Turn off the weather. Let me try the AMG because I tried the AMG last time. Let's see if the AMG feels any different. Turn off the weather deviation. Yeah, turn it off. Spring weather type average. Session time. Let's try the evening a little bit. You know what? Nah. Spa at night. Why not? Spa at night. Damage off. Damage on. Let's go. Oh, we got an ad break. Hang on. I'll catch up with you all in a bit. Okay, let's leave it at default first. Oh, 9? 9? Okay, I'll leave it at 9. No way. Weird. Very, very weird. Oh, where's my water? Ooh. Alright, we're back. My bad. Just waiting for the ad to be over. Yes, Ini Maggie. Also, welcome in. I didn't welcome you properly. Welcome in. I will join Porsche next year. Of course. Selagi ada peluang, saya akan join. But, hang on. I'm 25 this year. If they have an age limit, I might not be able to join next year because I might be above the age limit. So, yeah. I might have lost my chance to join Porsche indefinitely unless they have like a third open category, open for anyone. But my god, that will be very, very intense though. But at least Naki Bazlak won't be in the same category though. The guy's young. Yeah, hopefully we can meet next year. Hopefully there's a category I can join in. By the way, respect. Who's respect? Looking for... Oh, Red Pack. Looking for drivers for 7 hours of Pinnacle. You're not joining. But yeah, nah. Honestly, nah. Because of the very reason I am heavyweight and I don't think there are classes to it. Not worth it, man. You got Monash FSAE to deal with. What's FSAE? Is that an exam? Is that a race? Is that a race that is an exam? Nah. Also, the last time I went to Pinnacle, it was pretty disappointing. I need to relearn Pinnacle. The cars and the track has just changed a lot since the last time I went there, and I was just 2 seconds slower. And the carts were also just terrible. They would not turn left. Got minimum weight for the race. Ah, so everyone will be ballasted. Minimum weight is 70. Oof, I'm still 20 kilos more than that, man. I'm gonna get smoked by all the kids. Nah, it's okay. It's okay. I'll stick on the sim. It's okay. It's fine. It's the team ballast. If under got ballast. But still, if I'm overweight, nah, it's okay, man. I know my limit. I don't want to go with little skill. I'm not very experienced in karting, and it's just not worth it in my opinion. Pairing with Keith and someone light, then no balance. Ah. So it's like, oh, so if I'm heavy and if I have someone very, very light, it cancels each other out? Something like that? But that's a dangerous strategy too. There's no point having someone going really fast and then someone going really slow. It's worse than a whole team that is just averagely evenly quick, you know? Formula. Damn, Monash has Formula student? God damn, y'all in private unis are thriving, man. Us government unis, we ain't got shite. We ain't got shite in government unis. Lucky y'all to have these programs. Enjoy. But yeah, you know what? Yeah, Keith, I'm sure Keith has his own goals and aspirations. I don't want to bring him down. Honestly, thank you for the offer, but yeah, I respectfully decline, politely decline. I have other priorities. I'd rather stay on the sim. I have abandoned karting, man. I do karting only for fun. Yeah, exactly. If I'm heavyweight, I also get the least amount of stint time as well to minimize the time loss overall. So yeah, I don't want to bring it down. The only thing I will consider if there's like a 80 kg or above weight class, and if I can afford it, if I bother to afford it, then I might join. But nah, at the current rate, I'll do a bit of coaching for karting for heavyweight people, for average people. But me myself joining races, nah, I forget about it. Forget about it. Like Max Verstappen said, forget about the kart, focus on the sim. I'm using the Max Verstappen strategy. Anyway, we're in the AMG. The stiffness is at 9, which is horrific. Yeah, that's 1 click less than the maximum. I am very, very worried. Let's see how this feels. Gotta turn on the light again, of course. Oh, yeah, got a HUD. Seat position, 36 degrees. There we go. Move it back a little bit. Ah, there we go. So you see how I want to move it back by this much because this is what's realistic. But you notice that stupid bar in the front, which is basically my helmet, right? But also, can I do anything about it? Nope, because the game is busted. If I go back, will it remove itself? Nope. There's a perpetual black bar in front of the screen. Yay. Yay! I can't even look left or look right. All I see is the black of the void. Thank you, game. So this is the perfect FOV for me. This is how I have it set up in iRacing and every other sim. But the game won't let me because I've clipped through my driver's helmet. Ain't that just great? Ain't that just phenomenal? Yeah, I'm gonna stick with the sim racism. So I gotta move it forward enough that I don't clip through the helmet, which is 41. And 41 is just a little too high. I mean, a little too forward, right? Yeah, but oh well. When the game does shite, you eat shite, I guess, because you're playing this game. Yeah, look left, look right. I wonder who's next to me. Oh, nobody. Oh, I can't see. I can't even see my mirror. This is the game, everyone. This is the video game of all time. 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 This is the video game of all leave that aside. How does the car feel? That's the more important thing. Oh, I see why they had to increase the stiffness to 9 now. They had to do that to eliminate the wobbliness. AMG feels a lot more convincing. Already, even this feels way better than before. Huge understeer there, but probably a brake bias issue. Also, another thing they fixed silently but didn't tell us. They fixed the text on the dash moving around. They fixed the dash text wiggle. There we go. Feels a lot better. I want to brake 5% to rotate the car there, but it's not letting me. It's not letting me do that because I can't brake 5%. It's not letting me. I can't do it. But nighttime Spa does look very nice though, despite the bright sky. It does feel very, very nice. Like the spotlight and everything. Looks pretty.
Car sounds great.
Steering ratio is back to somewhat believable. Oh, you know what we gotta do? We gotta take this thing for a spin around the Nürburgring to really see, compare it against what we drove the first time, right? Yeah. Let's do that. Over the curb, over the curb. Do the squeeze. Still feels a bit sketchy through there, like it's not communicating enough. But because you can't really hear or feel the tires all too well, you don't know if you're on the limit or not. If you can carry more speed, you can push a little bit more or less. There's no indication. No indication whatsoever. Hang on. Let's fix the setup a little bit. I'm going to increase the strength back to 1. Increase that alignment boost to 2. Keep that stiffness as it is. Increase the damping a little bit. Yeah. Now let's get out. Let me do a hot lap in here and see how it feels overall compared to the BMW. The BMW I think felt great.
You're clear.
This compared to the BMW feels a little bit off. I'm getting a bit of hesitation mid-corner. Bit of hesitation on entry. There is a rubber line. It is grippy. I don't know if I'm supposed to brake at 100%. I'm supposed to hold that minimum threshold braking, but I can't. Game won't let me. Nearly every corner where I need to be threshold braking, 10% is too much. It's too much. Okay, that was something. You usually do understeer on that corner if you go flat out, so you have to take it at a very, very precise line. I tried turning in more to see if that turning more thing, cheeky trick would work. It didn't. I understeered a little bit. Yeah, I just slammed on the brake there. Couldn't really tell the difference. Felt exactly the same. Bam. Let's go for a lap. That traction control is cutting in a lot. Let me try decreasing it. One click. Just one click. Ooh, cut too much curb there. That was slow. Gotta brake a little bit early here. Little slow through Lake Hoom. Yeah, I just have to coast through there because I can't trail brake. Can't go all the way to the limit of the track because I hit the sand and I die. Late apex, get that squeeze in. Very slow. Up on that curb. Right up to the edge. Track limit. Oh, very, very slippery in the low speed there. .220 flat. Dead on. The BMW was a lot quicker by a full second. See if I can do any better. There's a lot of intervention with the assist, which is what I'm not a big fan of. Let me try the funny driving style. Still works. Valid. I mean, the fact that it works should not be the biggest problem of all. It shouldn't work. That's the thing. This shouldn't work as well as it is. This really shouldn't work. But I will say, force feedback feels very good. I think the default presets now already are very, very good. I think they've done the bulk of the work in getting the default FFBs of each car feeling a lot better. So I think now, I think we don't have to spend much effort reconfiguring the FFB. The default FFB is good. Maybe minor tweaks here and there to get a bit more or less of any given sensation. No, just that. Minor tweaks here and there to give it more or less of a particular sensation. I think that's good enough. But as a whole, I think it's okay. The default presets, I think, have improved massively. On a car per car basis, on a class per class basis, we have no idea yet. Maggie, I hope this convinces you. GT3 is significantly improved from the start. Big cannonball, 69. 69, very important there. Appreciate the follow. Welcome in. Also, I think I've got to call it a night in a few, but let us test out the 911 Cup at the Nürburgring, right? I'm glad to see the GT3s have significantly improved in their drivability and the force feedback, right? Especially the force feedback. Now I can actually feel the car. It feels somewhat convincing, somewhat believable. But still, the overall physics needs more work. You're not supposed to be able to... Because if that is possible, you know the esports shills are gonna do that in qualifying every single time, right? It's gonna be easily 2 to 3 seconds faster. It's just not right. As the man in Mercedes himself said, no, my kid, no, that is so not right. Oh yeah, we already set this car's FOV. That's okay. Let us cabbage. Nürburgring, where are you? Nurby Glurby. There we go. Kinda sucks they don't have the NLS layout or any of the other layouts. They have the layout. Just add this to this, you know, 1 + 1 equals Nürburgring, you know? They couldn't do that. Yeah. Good morning to you. A good morning, good evening, and good night, wherever you are in the world. Let's try Pristine. Fresh track. Fresh track, sort of early evening-ish. And just because I'm a madman, let's turn on... Let's have some folks in the mix, shall we? Let's have 19 cars, why not? Huh, only 19 cars. I thought I could have like 30, 36. Weird. Okay. Weird, but let's do it. Let's do and race. Are we playing on console or PC? We are playing this on PC. And so far the performance is all right. I'm running full ultra, no frame gen on FSR3, and we're getting a steady 70-ish FPS. Sure, I could reduce it a little bit, but we're about to find out. We're about to find out now that we have actual AIs on the grid. Is it gonna dip below? Is it gonna dip below 60 FPS? We'll see. But so far, I know the testing we've done wet weather, we've done day, night, we've done all that stuff. Did not dip at all for us. So far, there's no performance issues. Game has only crashed once for us, and that was in a previous stream. We're just gonna skip to qualifying. You know what? We're just gonna race. I don't care. 7:38 is the time to beat. I think we can beat that. Shouldn't be too hard. Also, I swear I picked the 24-hour layout. Okay, that is a lie. Right, finish weekend. Nah, I wanted the 24-hour layout. Come on, come on, game. I picked the 24-hour layout. Come on, there we go. Oh, so this is evening, right? Okay, still kind of nighttime. There we go. Now we race. I'm sure y'all are bored of Nürburgring in the daytime, right? Ooh, I should have put winter to see if the trees are all gone. Never mind, another time, another time. Still, when it comes to seasonal changes in the track visuals, no one does it as good as AMS2. Yeah, boy, AMS2 just gets it right, man. So stiffness is at 2 and 3 here. Alignment boost, we're gonna give it at 2. I'm gonna increase the stiffness a little bit. Get a bit more feel, keep that damping. I'm gonna reduce the damping, right? That's it, that's all the change I'm gonna do. Let's give it a drive. Oh no, that is bad. Nope, 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 nope. Oh no. No, 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 no. Oh, hell no. Hell no, that is janky. That is a hella jank. They're gonna reduce the stiffness then? Oh my god, that is jank. Okay, leave it off, leave it off. Don't change a thing. Oh my word, that is jank. Okay, that takes the crunch out of it. Oh, nope, still crunchy. Why is the wheel crunchy? Not supposed to be crunchy. It's crunchy. Why is it crunchy? It's got that.
Clear of the pits.
It's got some kind of friction. I don't know if the AI is just warming up the tires or what. So this is a car that excels at being driven on the limit. Let's see if we can actually tell what that limit is. Gonna bully that guy. Bully! That Michael Schumacher S, very aggressive. Honestly, this kind of feels also a big improvement from when I first gave this a go. I think that's improved significantly as well. Still missing a bit of that weight. That weight in the middle. I need that weight. Needs more weight. This feels a bit too weak. Oh, yep, nope. Fine. Fine. Okay, we are running a full grid of AI and we're getting 70 FPS, which is decent. Considering we have cranked everything up as high as it'll go, pretty good. If y'all are wondering what my PC specs are, they are down below in the About section if you scroll down if you're on PC. But if you're on mobile, it's okay, I'll tell you. I'm running a full AMD PC, 7800X 3D with a 7800 XT. And I'm running very high to ultra on most of the graphics options. We're getting a stable 60 to 70, right? But it rarely dips below 60. Even if it does, it doesn't cause a lot of screen tearing or any noticeable jitters in the screen, noticeable stutter, noticeable jank, none of that. So it runs relatively fine. If we turn on frame gen, that's a whole different story. If we turn on frame gen, it effectively doubles the FPS. But frame gen does objectively make the game look worse, and I didn't quite fancy it, so turn it off. They gotta really work on the collision physics there. Woo! I think our car's toast. Yep. Someone squished my nose! Oh no! Someone squished my nose! Okay, for science, I'm gonna do something for science. For science, we're gonna send it up the foxhole. No brakes. We're gonna send it. I'm gonna send it into the wall. I'm gonna send it. 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 I'm gonna. Ooh! Okay. We should even be alive after that. There we go. Can I even drive? My left wheel won't work. Yep, my left wheel won't work. Oh no, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Car still drives. Car still drives. We're still chugging along. Oh goody. Okay, I need a bit more weight. Load boost, maybe? Crank that up to 10. Alignment boost, 0.1. Strength, 0.12. Actually, no, keep the strength low. Keep that high. Keep that one higher. That's it. And we're just gonna go next. 10-minute 1. Ooh, okay. If I can drive anything like the way I do in iRacing, this is very slow. We can go a full minute quicker than that, I reckon. In iRacing, I think we did an 8-minute 10-second on the NLS layout, but that's a different Porsche Cup. How do I go to the next session? Oh, my bad. Oops. Smooth brain moment. Hang on. I turned off. Hang on. Race. Let's go 2 laps. That is if we can make it. Let's. You know what? Clean track. No rubber. Off the tire warmers. Let's keep it brutal. Yeah. Get good. 2 laps. This will be the last thing we do for tonight. Doing a bit of AI testing. See if the AI is A or I. First impressions were the AI was definitely more on the A side. They were more artificial and less intelligent. But let's see if that changes now. We're starting from the back. So this is a car that in fact can and does start off. It does do launching starts, is what I'm trying to say. That's it. Leave everything as it is. Yada yada yada. I'm gonna increase the damping by 1. Just 1. Just a little bit. Okay. Drive. Wrong camera. Decent launch, but could be better, I reckon. Already it dumps the fire here. Oh, someone on my right. They still haven't implemented a very crucial, very simple feature. Yeah, okay. That is very unfair. When you touch the AI, nothing happens to them, but when the AI touches you, you die. That makes no sense. Like, you can't even save a slight shunt. You can't even save it. The car just goes off. Up till date, I've never saved a single collision so far. Not one. Not one. And the AI just gets a perfect launch every single time. Of course they move into your line. Of course they would. Why wouldn't they? Nope, someone, hang on. One of y'all dropped something. Of course I can't see who's on my left. All I see is my seat padding. Ain't that just brilliant? Oh. Force feedback wise, feels a lot better. A lot better. I can actually feel it peaking now. Someone on my left, someone on my left. Excuse me. Move! Yep. Someone over there. Yep. Someone on my left. Yep. You just gotta pray they're not alongside you, because if they are, you're just screwed. You're dead. If this were in career mode, we would be in debt right now. We would be in debt, having to repair all the damage. Famrez, welcome in. Oh, my foot hurts. My foot hurts so much right now. I'm having a bit too much fun. Break early, get that rotation in. Also, this is max AI, by the way. Not max Verstappen AI, but like maximum difficulty AI. Also, the game says. Don't go for overtake there. Ah, binned it. Oh, good lord, I've binned it bad. That's bad, that's bad, that's bad, that's really bad. Let's try that again. Let's try that again, shall we? We can always do a little restart. Huh. Okay. Break early. You know this track. Just drive. Welcome in. This is gonna be the last thing we do tonight. I just wanna do something good here. Hot tires, 35 degrees, no tire warmers. Yeah, remind me of that, please. I can't even like do a proper clutch assisted launch because the assist just won't allow you to do that. Turn one is a mess. Don't hit that. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me, please. So far, no touching. Hey, we got through that pretty cleanly. Get some temp in the tire. Out of 19 cars, we're up to P15. We'll slowly reel them in. Without damage, preferably. One thing I've also learned with these Porsche Cups, they don't have traction or ABS, but you can really dig deep with the brakes. You can brake at the peak threshold for a very long time before you actually lock up. So you can carry a lot of speed into the corners with this. And a lot of confidence with the braking. Behind me. Also, yeah, basic thing, add a radar, add a bloody radar. Any game, that's any game needs a radar at this point. You can't not have a radar at this point. For a game that prides itself on spatial awareness and having to navigate through traffic and to keep yourself clean, stay out of trouble, you can't not have a radar. You also have a spotter that doesn't do anything. Why? Do you not pay your spotter enough? Oh boy, I keep losing it there. Just gotta make sure the balance is alright through there, I guess. Okay, and now it's just staying behind the train. And we gotta wait for the straight to make a move. I dare not make a move on any of them, because I know they will take me out. Holy cow! Oh, jeez, that was bad. That was bad. I curbed it big time there. Oh. Yeah, I curbed that big time. Yeah, we got big damage too. Big damage. We were doing well until we weren't. Let's try that again. Car feels nice to drive, I will say that. Still can't tell when I'm on the limit, and AI is sketchy as heck. Oh, hey! Hey, what's this? Hey! Oi! Oi, where are you going? What the hell? Oh, what? This is a game. This is okay, there we go. We're fine.
Keep focused.
What was that? What was that all about? Spotter better than radar for me. Yeah, either or, ideally both. In this game, nothing. There's nothing. There is a spotter. He is saying stuff once in a blue moon, but like, I don't know. Did they not pay the spotter voice actor enough to actually spot, in real time? Is that what the deal is? Could they have not made a radar, So bad. I run all HUD down and I wish someone from pit lane. Yeah, that'd be nice. I mean, there is a spotter. He exists. He's in the game. He tells you stuff. Nothing useful. He doesn't tell you lap time. He doesn't tell you who's on your left, who's on your right. He doesn't tell you he tells you nothing. He just yaps. He's an empty can. A lot of noise, no substance. Dang, 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 dang. All noise, no substance type of spotter. The game put me there. The game started me in the wrong direction, Project Motor Racing things. Hashtag Project Motor Racing. Sophia, welcome in. Welcome in. I'm here, but I'm not here. I get you. The AI running the AI train triggers me. Yeah, and they are slow. They are holding me up in the worst places. This thing is still shy. Yeah, I bet. Thank you for the follow too, Famres. Nice to have you here. Alright, let's make it past turn 1 cleanly now. They're all gonna bunch up. Oh, hey, look at that clown! Do you see what that clown tried to do? Clown! Move! Get out of the way! Look at these two. Okay, like in the start here, this is kind of exciting. Some side-by-side action, but like after that, there's nothing. I'm trying to squeeze this guy in, right? He won't let me. I'm gonna dive up the inside. There we go. There we go. I'm not there. Am I not there? Am I not there? Am I not there for you, good sir? Do I not exist? Oop. Yep, nope. Exactly my point. Exactly my point. They touch you, you die. You touch them, they just drive like nothing happens. A revolution in AI technology. You can take that AI technology and shove it up your chew hole, up the reverse chew hole, shove it on both ends, and stuff it. Oh boy. Such a fun car to drive. I'll admit, the car is fun. I love the Porsche Cup, right? I hope the Porsche Cup, I hold the Porsche Cup up to a higher standard because I drive and I am somewhat decent at the Porsche Cup in multiple sims, iRacing, Race Room, ACC. So to see a decent rendition of the Porsche Cup in this game is nice to see. I don't want to be here, I don't want to be here. Oh! Excuse me. It's like this opening here, when they all bunch up, it's kind of interesting, right? But then they all just kind of fall into line, and then it becomes boring, and then it becomes a game of just catch up, pick up the train. Sorry, sir. Didn't mean to. I'm putting 2 wheels on the curb to overtake that guy. Ah, he picked me up. He touched me. Oh, yeah. The rule is just don't touch them mid-corner. If you touch them mid-corner, or if they touch you mid-corner, you die. There's no saving. There's no saving. Is he still there? Is he still there? He's still there? Okay, he's still there. Speaking of all things terrible in the career mode, single player, and the AI, because there's no radar, there's no spotter, the least you can have is a bit of extra headroom in the rear view mirror so you can see more what's happening behind you and avoid the carnage if possible. So you don't have to rely on the god-awful 3 business days to look left and then 3 business days to look back again and then 2 more days to look left, 2 more days to look front. It's so janky. You can't rely on it. You can't rely on it. It's terrible. It's a nauseating experience game. I prefer the Aston, the GT3, GTE. There are a lot of Astons in the game. Drives better. Porsche after a few laps sooner. Yeah, the Porsche is just phenomenal. I am biased. I am a Porsche fanboy. The Porsche Cup in particular. I just love this car so much. The GT3. I've only ever given the 911, the BMW, and the Mercedes a go. Compared to the first time, we did a first impressions on day 2 when this game came out. Big difference, right? On day 1, it was awful. Now it's a lot better, a lot more believable. Like I said, I think the default setups, I think they got it up to a believable level. That they got the default settings, the default FFB for each car, pretty good. So that's a good plus point. Physics though still needs a lot more ironing out, more time in the oven, more stirring in the cup, you know. Ash and Famrez, you two look like you know each other. Let's keep this going. Let's try to slowly overtake the field and not make any mistakes. It does feel like this car is a bit more twitchy on the rear end. I think that's not the car, it's the physics. Like through there. And also, I just have to be very careful on the curbs. The curbs do not give me confidence to attack them at all. I'm just going to avoid all curbs as much as I can. Keep it clean, keep it on track. Yeah, I can go for it, but I'm not gonna. There we go, okay? Keep it clean. Just brake early. There we go. Just hang tight. We'll get them on the straight one by one. We'll pick our battles. P15 out of P20. Performance-wise, yeah, we're still getting a solid 60 FPS, no dips. Visually, the game looks good. This is without frame gen, by the way. Oh boy, yeah, nope, no can do. Right, we can't fluke Platz flat out. That is what I'm learning.
Focus on the lights.
The car just won't go through Flugplatz flat out, and when it lands, it just bounces all over the place and you lose control. You die. You die. You just die. If you bounce, okay. That is not very realistic. I don't know if it's a grip thing or a suspension thing. The suspension is fine. The grip, something about the grip. Ooh. That's why I take the Aston. Nah, I'm gonna be stubborn with the Porsche Cup. I just want to see, right? Because I have tons of experience driving this car at the Nürburgring, in race room, iRacing, ACC. I want to see how it feels in this game. Tire warmers? Oh yeah, I turned them off for obvious reasons because I wanted to feel what it's like getting them up to temp. Possibly, could be cold tires. Still adjusting the camera shake to the point I want a 1000% immersive thing with no HUD driving. Ooh, yeah. I just turned them all off. I think they're annoying. Yeah, I don't, not just Porsche. I hope they just fix everything. Hope they fix everything. Here we go. this start wouldn't be possible without the auto clutch assist, by the way. Or else your car would be rolling off the start line. I'm gonna dive. We're all gonna bunch up the inside. Yep, moron. This moron here. Oh, I get a track limit, really? Sure. Chalk it up on me, will you? Okay, last of us, come on. Last of us, keep it clean. We know what the car likes, we know what the car don't likes. I'm just glad the force feedback feels better now. It's drivable. Compared to when I first drove it, it's night and day. When I first drove it, I had no idea what this car wanted me to do. Now it's got a bit of weight. What I used to say before was that this game had feedback but no force. So now it has force and it has the feedback. So I'm pleased with that. I hate the collision sounds. The collision sounds so plasticky, so cheap. Like they couldn't afford to hire a sound guy to optimize the collision sounds. Like, come on. Did they spend all the money for the sound guys to develop the car sounds and forgot about the collision sounds? Woohoo! Outbrake him, that guy. Outbrake him. Oh, that schmuck tried to run me up on the inside. I hate that the rear view mirror is offset to the right. Yes, before you say, oh, you can change it in the HUD settings. You can't. That is a lie. We tried. The game won't let me. $18 out of 20. Let's slowly catch up. And it starts with the not dying at the Flugplatz. Step 1, don't die. Yeah, I definitely recommend racing gloves. Racing gloves are a godsend. A bit of a lift. Bit of a... There we go. There we go. Oof. We're supposed to be catching the front, but doesn't seem like we are. Quick context, we are driving on the max AI, by the way, 100% AI. I got to pull back from my iRacing references a little bit. I'm being a bit too aggressive. You hear that same plasticky Hot Wheels collision sound of all the cars in front of you, all the way from back here. It just... so bad. To begin with, I already wasn't very impressed with this particular scan of the Nürburgring. I find this scan of the Nürburgring to be one of the worst, to be completely honest. I don't think it's great. The curbs just feel off. I don't know if it's a modern scan or what, but at the current moment, Race Room and AMS2 with their new Nürburgring update have the best Nürburgring scans ever in sim racing. This doesn't seem to be anywhere near it. Or maybe it does and I'm just tripping. I don't know. I've never been to the Nürburgring. I've never seen what it looks like. But the curbs feel a bit too big than what I remember them being. And this is my natural FOV, so I do remember just how fat the curbs are. Give the mods a year and we'll see. Yeah. I hate that we have to depend on the mods, you know. I wish the game would just be good out of the box on its own. I wish we didn't have to depend on the mods. Okay, one thing that is a big plus point, I will say, the AI is no longer braking unnecessarily in the corners like it did, like they were last time. Like that. Okay, I spoke too soon. This guy is clearly still doing it. Nope, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I was gonna send it. On your left. Oh, bleep. Don't go down a gear. I know I'm missing a lot of the chat. I'll catch up with y'all later. Give me a sec. Crawl, 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 crawl. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. He's on my right, isn't he? He's still there. I can't see him. Where is he? Yep, he's there, he's there, he's there, he's there. See, in terrible cases where they're in your blind spot, it's even worse. God, it's stressful. What are you doing? We've dead. I give up. I give up. I give up with the AI. It's so hard to just complete a lap because they break in places where you're not supposed to break. They're breaking on corner exit. Car's fine. Car's fine. Car's fantastic, I think. Again, huge improvement over last time. Right? We've tested quite a lot today. I'll say we tested GT3, we tested the 911 Cup, we tested GTE, we tested GT, we tested GT1, we tested Group C, we tested the Hypercar. Hypercar is still disappointing, honestly. We haven't tested LMP yet. We haven't tested the GTO, we haven't tested the Group 5, haven't tested the NGT. Oh yeah, we tried the Gilly Mobile. Yeah, we tested that. This was good, but then when you push the limit, it's just funny. So no, not quite there. Haven't tested the old Porsche. MX-5 is still also, fundamentally it's there, but really it's not. And I haven't tested that Praga, which is a mod, by the way. But I'm going to keep it at the Porsche. I'm going to give it another fair go. I think it's got potential. Right now, I'm enjoying the Porsche. I want to see how the Porsche is like. I like it. Ugh, special one curb this year is undrivable. Is it the one at the foxhole? Because that is correct. The foxhole one, you're supposed to avoid it. You used to be able to just glide over it, but now you have to avoid it, which again, they got that part right. I just don't know how accurate it is. I think Misha Sheridan did make a video, but I didn't watch it fully, unfortunately. I don't know about that. Also, I gotta call it a night. I think today was a very productive stream. So out of our checklist up there, adjusting the FFB, I think we did that. I think we didn't have to as much because after the update, the default FFB out of the box in the game for most of the cars that we tested at least felt good. The only thing that needed was like a few minor strength adjustments, a few minor alignment boost or load boost, some subtle EQ changes to be able to feel more or less of what's present in the car. Otherwise, I think it's good out of the box. Hypercars, nope, long way to go. The NGT cars, also nope, long way to go. The NGT cars, GT4 also nope, NGTs also nope. So far I flagged these three classes as the problematic classes. Actually, I'm going to throw on the MX-5 in there as well. MX-5 also problematic class, not very authentic to drive. But as with everything else we've tried so far, I think very, very promising. GT3, right direction. 911 Cup, right direction. GTE, right direction. GT, right direction. GT1 is by far the best. GT1 is by far the best feeling that we've driven so far. And the Group Cs as well. Group Cs also feel really, really good. Properly challenging. So I'm very, very happy with the direction this is going. I hope they just keep that going, keep refreshing everything and work on things and not give up on it. A lot of potential here. So now that maybe if this was what came out on day one, right? I think people would be less judgy about it, right? This now is a stronger base than it was before. So I like the direction they're going. It's more fun now. Honestly, I had fun tonight. Despite the, starting in the wrong direction and the AI not knowing how to drive, where did they get their license? I don't know. They should be banned from the Nürburgring forever, permanently. Besides that, besides the time of day not working, besides there not being able a way to go from dry to wet, wet to dry, yeah, there's that. So FFB settled. Rain physics, disappointing. Let's just say there is no rain physics. Sure, you just drive the racing line, but slower. I think the whole true to track thing, as far as we've tested today, is a lie. There is no true to track. It is in fact lie to track. Yeah, it's a lie. There is no true to track thing. There is no differentiation between the rubbered line and the wet line. At least from what I can tell, there's no difference at all. Even if there is, it's going to be very, very minor. Puddles don't do anything. It's just a visual thing. There's no aquaplaning. Curbs don't feel slippery. Very, very disappointing. Very mid. It's very much like LMU. Drive the normal thing, but slower. Big bummer there. A third thing, dynamic track physics. Yes, can confirm across the different track states. You've got optimal, you've got pristine, and then you've got low, mid, and high rubber in. The rubber does in fact affect the grip on the track and allows you to take higher corner speeds. The feeling of grip as well, it's just more present from what I tested. We tested a few laps at Silverstone, one with and without rubber in lines. The rubber in lines, it was a bit more grippy. We could take the high speed corners with a bit more confidence. But counterpoint with that as well, the rubber lines were too specific. The rubber in lines are usually like a patch, but in this game, the rubber lines are literally, two wheels of the car. It's just two separate lines. And if you're not on the train tracks of the rubber lines, there's no grip. So I don't know why they implement it like that. It's a bit too narrow, a bit too, I don't know what's the word I'm looking for. Too jank. It's jank. It's jank. It's wank. The dev team needs to probably have a wank before they work on this. I don't know. I'm sorry. Y'all are doing great, okay? Just keep doing what you're doing. Keep working on it. Number 3, AI testing. I don't think I need to say anything. Y'all saw what happened. Enough said. The AI is still more A than I. They are still very artificial and not very intelligent. So still better than before. At least they're not like holding the brake every time like they were last time when I was testing, right? There is a bit of drama in turn 1. They still have no spatial awareness. But one thing I noticed, one specific behavior I noticed is that when I pull up alongside them, they don't immediately turn into me. They do try to avoid me. They do try to avoid me before they go into the normal racing line. I noticed that several times when we were driving the Porsche Cup there. Small things doesn't improve the experience as a whole. It's still busted, it's still broken, and no, I will not start career mode until the AI is sorted out, or at least is believable to an extent where I don't have to worry about getting murdered or getting side bumped every single time, right? Right now, the worry is every time I go side by side, try to go for the pass, if the AI touches me slightly, I'm dead. We've lost control every single time that we've come into contact with the AI. The AI gets away scot-free, we die. We just spin, I just can't recover, I die. End of race. So if we're playing the career mode on authentic mode where we can't restart, we're screwed. Imagine what a nightmare that would be. Yeah. In the game's defense, however, in career mode, we can qualify to start ahead. Technically, if we start ahead, we can pull away and just forget about it, right? 100% AI is a joke. If you're somewhat competent in racing sims, I'll say the AI is not going to be a problem. Even on the hardest difficulty, it's going to be still easy, frankly. Yeah, easy. AI is easy, even on the hardest difficulty. For casuals, maybe it might be challenging. You might have to turn it down to 80 to 90 to have a decent amount of challenge. But currently, I've only been testing it on 100. Not fast enough, too janky. It's just too easy, right? So because I haven't been driving ahead of the AI, I haven't really seen any rubber banding effect yet. We're just trying to keep up and catch up, right? So far, we're just trying to study their behavior. It's been a terrible experience so far. So yeah, I'm not starting career mode until that is solved. Now that we've got a few of the basics done, right? We've got, I think, mission accomplished today for tonight. We've done what I said I would do. FFB is okay. Rain physics tested. The dynamic track physics tested. And we mucked about with the AI a little bit. Next stream, let's do a bit more mucking about. Let's test the other classes we haven't tested yet on Wednesday in a couple days. And I think we're ready to jump into some multiplayer. Yeah, let's give that a go. Let's give the multiplayer a go. It's going to be annoying because it's the MX5, and the MX5 kind of feels like shit. But, oh well. We'll get our online license and jump into that, see what we can do. Yeah, experience the multiplayer, see if it works for us. Little foreshadowing though, we have a history of online just not working for us, so keep your hopes down. Keep your expectations low. It's okay, if the multiplayer disappoints, we can still go, we can have fun, we can still try out each of the cars, see how they feel, you know. But yeah, productive stream today, very informational. I hope you found the information useful today. The VOD will still be up. I will also get this VOD out on YouTube if you all want to check it out, a long version of it. If you all want some more raw, unfiltered, uncut comments from the past 3 hours as well. But yeah, we'll see. Also, did I miss anything here? They can make opponent car engines louder by default. Right. I mean, not just that. Just give us an option in the options menu to manually increase the knobs. So right now they do have this here. You have a lot of stuff to fiddle around with. You have UI, opponent, player. But basically, when it comes to the car, it's only these two. Car and opponent car. No track, wind, ambience, engine, tires. Tires, very important. No tire slider. So, I wish we would have a bit more customization there, right? Assists. If we set it to authentic and there is a standing start, your cars roll off the start line and you get a penalty. So no, just no, just no. Wrong, very wrong. You're forced to have the auto blip on, you're forced to have some other options on, or else it just won't work. So very jank game, very jank. From our testing and our experience, again, just to show you my graphic settings, we are running 110%, most on very high ultra on FSR 3, and we're getting a steady 60 FPS. If I turn on frame gen, we will get double, but frame gen looks terrible, so I'm not gonna bother. I like how this looks now. Also, this field of view thing does nothing. This is a lie. What this does, I have no idea. Complete lie. This might be the third person cam. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But from what I can tell, this does nothing. It's a lie. We'll see. So yeah, those are just the few minor little irks that I have that are kind of bothering me. But otherwise, the game has some substance, I guess. It is what it is. It is what it is. What are challenges? Oh yeah, no. Can't be bothered with this. Yep. Fingers crossed for the Project Moto Racing, Project Moto developers that they keep working on this and make it something special. I think it's slowly building up, Just like the tires in the game, I think the tires need warming up. Let's hope this game warms up. Hope you all enjoyed the stream though. It's been fun, very fun, surprisingly. Mav, are you upset that I'm still playing this game? Mav was actually really pissed off that I kept this game and didn't refund it. It's okay. I'm actually pleasantly surprised. Could be a bit better, but I think it's moving in the right direction. Hey. Hey. Also, we have enough folks for a raid. Let's go drop a raid to someone. I think that's nice to end the stream. Let's see if anyone else is exploring Project Motor Racing. Let's see who's having a dreadful time. Oh boy, there we go. Ooh, a lot of people watching PMR. A lot of people. Huh. Weird. Ah, okay. Out of the English channels, the people who are playing PMR, I think, yeah, there's a big, yeah, all the big streamers of PMR are like from different countries. Hey, look at that! I'm in the top row of the queue. Hi, it's me. Let's keep that momentum going, guys. I love it. I really, really appreciate y'all showing up here. I'm glad y'all are enjoying the streams and everything. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can jump in. Who looks interesting here? Who looks interesting? Y'all got any suggestions out of the Project Moto streamers? It's to the point where I swear I'm secretly sponsored by PMR. Look. I am the real Slim Shady, but I'm not that shady. All right. I may be brown, but I'm not that burnt. All right. How dare you question my integrity? I'm an honest man. I'm an honest man working for an honest living. All right. If I was sponsored by PMR, I'd be driving. This would have been the real one, wouldn't be the fake one. All right. I appreciate it, Cannonball. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for hopping in. Hang on, let's go rate someone. I'm just seeing who we got here. Who looks interesting? Who's giving me the vibe here? Oh, there we go. We got another fellow PMR streamer who's testing the game out. Interesting. Who else do we got? Project Moto Racing Day 2. Oh. Okay. Who else we got? Oh, we got a German. I don't think that's a good idea to raid a German. We won't understand what's happening. I mean, there's someone here who's streaming the game. Oh no, they're speaking a language. They're speaking French. Oh no. Hey, that is awesome. We're like the top English speaking streamer right now for PMR. I love it. I love it. Let's see. Oh, you know what? Let's just raid a small channel, right? Let's raid a small channel. Let's pass it on, yeah. All the people playing this game are Germans, I swear to God. Everyone's German. There's like 6 German channels here. Everyone's German. Everyone's German. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Okay, we have someone doing ranked online. What about you? Are you English? Nope. Who else? Who else we got? You know what? Never mind. Let's just rate Mr. Frank Lucid, fellow friend of ours. He also, I think Frank did stream PMR on day 1, but I think he might have given up. I only saw him stream day 1 and then never again. I think he just quit. He's back to LMU, back in his home ground. So let's call it, you guys. It's been a wonderful, wonderful stream. Let's go raid Mr. Frank Lucid. He's having a heckin' fun time in LMU. But don't worry, we will be jumping back into LMU. We'll be jumping into Race Room ACC as well, right? I'll schedule it out. We'll figure something out. But for the most part, there's still a lot to explore in PMR, right? Hope they keep the updates rolling out. I think it's amazing. Until the next one, we'll jump back into Wednesday. Let's test more car classes. Let's jump into multiplayer. I think it's about damn time. We'll do some more AI testing, right? And let's kind of gamble. Let's gamble. Let's do career mode, but we're gambling because we have to qualify in the front to avoid the chaos. That's the only way. It's the only way. The only way to avoid the shenanigans is to start front, finish front, avoid the pack. Last to first is a death wish. At this point, it's a death wish. The AI is just so A. A for artificial, A for ass, A for absurd, A for absolutely ridiculous. Anyway, take care, stay safe, stay hydrated. Thank you all for being here. Really, it's been fun. Hope we get to see more of y'all here. Tell your friends, bring more folks in. We're going to be enjoying a lot.